One, I'm sorry for one. I know I'm sleeping. I am tired. Forgive me for one. Okay. I'm thinking, no, I'm thinking your last name was Kennedy. That's why I went to me. Sorry for one. I know your name. What is wrong with me? I ain't blaming it on no age either. That's pure tiredness. What are you looking for? But it goes on the pole. And long blue. One up. Right here? Yeah. Nothing new going on. I ain't growing my hair. No, I don't. What's the time?
What is a pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you out there. Welcome to the IRITimes.com. A beautiful 85 degrees here in the beautiful state of South Florida. We're broadcasting live and direct from the South Kitchen Center, a program of choice, something of interest. And a number of people is coming in right now. So we stay tuned to IRITimes.com and you'll be informed as to exactly what is taking place. I looked around, I can see a number of wonderful folks. I can see different things that's happening here, and it's a pleasure for us to be doing this on IRITimes.com. Once again, I say welcome to the better experience. IRITime.com, your family friendly station. A pleasant, a wonderful good afternoon to you. And let's see a beautiful young lady here, and I wonder if you would like to talk to me, ma'am. Could you talk to me? Okay, may I ask, what are you doing here and what is this occasion?
I am here to speak on how I survived domestic violence and sexual abuse. And the event is about that. It's about unmuting yourself and making yourself loud and proud about being a survivor, um, and just not allowing for unhealthy and toxic situations in your life.
So you are a survivor? Is that it?
Yes, correct.
How long ago was whatever is happening took place?
So I left. It's been going on for about 3 years. I left this year in May.
Are you from here, South Florida, or where are you from?
I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Beautiful ATL. And what made you come down to this here? Just to be a speaker, is it?
Yes, I wanted to support the event. I'm getting involved, so I'll be working with Dr. George on multiple of her events. And I'm on an assignment. I need to speak up. I have the gift of having no fear. So I'm desiring to help women understand, women and men, because it's not just women that go through it, right? But I'm here to help individuals understand that it is okay to speak out about it, because when you are willing to speak out about it, you're willing to cease it from happening to yourself or other people, because people know you'll speak on it and they don't want to go to jail or be killed or whatever.
And what message would you have then for the young ladies who are in that situation and refuse to come out of the situation because of support from the other person?
That's a great question. I would just say that it's not worth it. No amount of support that you can get from somebody that's willing to take your sanity and your peace, your love and your respect away, is worth it. So it doesn't matter what you're receiving. You are able and willing, as long as you're able and willing. And even if you do have some type of disability, you have to learn how to get out of that situation, because it could get worse. 9 times out of 10, you can die in the situation. And to be honest, abuse does not equate to love, and it never will.
And your friends, would they bully you about this? How would they treat you knowing that you are a survivor?
I have a lot of support, and it's crazy because we really don't realize how much support we have until we start talking about it and until we speak up for ourselves and stand up for ourselves. You'll realize that people are actually here wanting to help you, you know. They want you to be in a safe situation or a safe relationship, a stable relationship, because there's no stability in that. You're worrying about, like, okay, am I going to get struck today? Will they hit me again? Are they going to talk to me crazy? You know? So you don't really get to have the stability that you need because it's an emotional roller coaster. You have to fear for your life. You have to fear for the drama and the trauma that comes with that territory.
And your family and parents, how do they handle that situation, know that you've been through?
They have been very supportive. I have actually had to humble myself and ask family to assist me. I moved in with a family member. I am getting moved and had to ask for some financial support. I had to decide to go back and get a job because of the benefits it was going to give me, um, the money it was going to give me, guaranteed income on top of commission, but it was going to allow for me to step away from that scenario, knowing that I didn't need that financial help anymore. So my family has been very supportive. I am blessed and highly favored, so I can't complain. I will not complain.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure speaking to you. And I hope this touches some of the young folks out there who is in that situation. And I would say because of pride or shame, therefore, do not come forward. All right. Thank you so much again. Yeah, Dreamy, that's a telling one. Man, oh man, oh man. That's a story that needs to be told. So let's go over to these wonderful folks and find out if they want to talk to me. I see. I, s- I see a beautiful young lady here, and good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Afternoon. How are you?
May I ask you a question,
Yes.
if possible? What are you doing here, and why are you here, and what this is all about?
What am I doing here? Why am I here? Here for multiple reasons. One, my name is Maria Bedoya. I'm a licensed mental health counselor. So I was invited by Jonette to be one of the panelists for tonight's conversation. At the same time, domestic violence is a topic of conversation that I am strongly fond of. I think we need to promote more awareness, more understanding, more resources within the community. And this is one of the ways to do it. And so I support this cause.
Thank you so much, and let me speak to this gentleman over here. I don't know if he don't look like he wanted to talk to me though, but I'm going to try. All right. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well yourself.
Listen, and what is the occasion? How is it pertain to you being here?
So I'm here because I support my wife in everything she does. And so we actually worked together at a domestic violence facility many years ago. And through that, I became very passionate in providing education and promoting just really knowing and helping in the community to provide the information that people need. Because a lot of times there's resources available and they just don't even know that it's there. So when she told me that we're having this, I mean, I was already going to come because of her, but being here and seeing how many people there are here, it's really encouraging and makes me happy to be a part of it.
I want to know how though does it feel to be a part of a family that's going through the struggle?
So it's difficult. When I was younger, it almost made me feel like I was a nothing, I was a nobody, there was no way that I could help. And now that I've gone through experiences and through a lot of training and being able to help and actually do my part, now it's an empowering thing because whenever I see something where I feel like, okay, somebody might need help, somebody might not know, somebody might be struggling through something, I've gotten the education and I've put myself in a place where I can say I might be able to help, right? And a lot of times people are in a situation where they might not be ready for the help or they might not be able to get the help, but it's empowering just to be able to say, hey, I'm here for you and I will be here for you for whenever you're ready.
What is the message though for someone out there who have been through the abused, afraid to leave the partnership because of maybe financial ramifications, maybe just ashamed to walk out of a relationship that they thought was all love? What is it like to be?
So the main message that I would try or hope that somebody imparts to them is, one, they're not alone, right? They are not alone. No matter how alone they may feel, there are services available. There are people that want to help. Definitely, we want to meet you where you are. Maybe you're not ready yet. Maybe you need to work on a safety plan or an escape plan. All that matters is that you're staying safe and you're keeping your loved ones safe, and that you know that no matter what time, day or night, there's always somebody willing to help, right? And I always tell people, keep in mind there's the National Domestic Hotline. There's also the National Suicide Hotline, because that might be something that they're struggling with as a result of the abuse. And to just never give up hope and know that there's always someone willing to help.
Thank you so much. I think I've touched because I'm hearing some things that I'm never aware of before. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
And, once again, Dreamy, there's another story that was just being told that I did not have a clue what was happening before all of this. So now that we know it, we can have the public be aware of situations like this. And we move from station to station. I see a young lady here is doing some things here, looking good. And are these for sale? Oh, are these for sale? And what is your purpose to be here this afternoon?
A friend of mine, I'm sorry. A friend of mine told me about the event and asked me if I wanted to be a vendor to participate. So I told her I would. And then when I found out that it was for domestic violence, I felt like I wanted to be part of it because I know I have people in my family that have been affected with domestic violence. And so that's why I'm here today. Just come and find out what this is about.
It's all about. What is the message, though, you would send to someone out there who is afraid to speak up?
The message is speak up, find your voice, don't stay silent, and there's hope. There's hope, and you can get out of the situation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Place
much.
is all mine. All right. And again, here we go, and we have a gentleman over here. I'm going to go over and see if we can talk to him and find out what the story is here. Good afternoon, sir. You want to speak to me? You don't want to? Why are you afraid to do this? We're trying to get to understand what is going. Your boss is coming. Oh, no, that's my wife, who is my boss. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. Good afternoon
Hi,
to
how are
you. ma'am.
you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Okay, give me a little up on what's going on here and why are you involved?
I'm involved because it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which everybody needs to speak out about. But it's also what we do for a living. Our nonprofit is dedicated to eradicating abuse at all levels: child abuse, teen dating violence, spousal abuse, elder abuse as well. And so if we don't stand up for it and we don't speak out, it will continue. Domestic violence is the root of so many problems in our society. And unless we address that root, the things like incarcerations, drug abuse, suicide attempts, depression, all of that will continue because all of that has its roots in domestic violence.
Are you doing this from a local level or from international level?
I do both. I do it from a local level, speaking out, but I've also gone to other states to present information. I do seminars and things like that. But also internationally. I have my book that I wrote that has been ordered Australia, Canada, England, and it's used to run support groups, and I provide support for them to do that.
How has it been accepted out there in the general public?
I think it's still one of those things that people are cautious about. So one of our big outreaches is into the church community, into the faith community, and helping them understand how to become a safe place for those who have experienced abuse. And we find quite a bit of resistance because nobody wants to talk about it, and they don't want to admit it happens in churches too.
What about the schools?
Schools as well. I've done many trainings for Broward schools, for Dade County schools, to help their teachers understand how domestic violence affects what I call the littlest victims.
You said something about a book. What is the title of the book, and is this one of the reasons why you write that book?
This is absolutely the reason I wrote that book. It's called Healing the Broken Places. And what happened was when I started in this ministry, I was getting contacted from all over saying, where's a book? Where's a book? I want to run a group, but I don't have a book. And so I prayed about it, and God gave me the book, and I wrote it, and it was immediately people started using it. So I'm very blessed.
Someone out there hearing this conversation with us right now, and they want a copy of that book. How do they go about it?
Go to our website, which is lifeabundantlyfree.org, and they can order it through there.
Is there a phone number?
The email is Kate, the easiest email, drkate5020 is the easiest email to get me at. And 5020 is my life verse. 5020 comes from Genesis 50:20, where Joseph was being approached by his brothers who had abused him and left him. And he said, who am I to judge? What you meant for evil, God meant for good. And that's what I believe about my life story and why I do this ministry.
You can hold a copy of the book up so the public can see this.
Sure.
Sorry about it.
So this is the book, Healing the Broken Places. And it's meant for someone to do by themselves or with others.
And how long did it take you to write this book, though?
You know, God is good. I wrote it in a week. I know. But I am in the process of doing unedited and revising it because it's been 10 years. And I've got so much more new information now that I think it's important to get out there that I didn't have when I started.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. I'm just hearing and learning something that I never knew before. Continue doing the work. You're blessed. All right?
Thank you so much.
We're live and direct on IRItimes.com, your local station here in South Florida. Mitch is my name, and I see a young man is trying to push me away because I think that's his family over here. So I'm going to have the pleasure of talking to this lady. You don't want to talk to me? I'm going to come over here where I can talk to her then, since you pushed me away. Hi, little boy. Say hi. Hi. You want to say, what's your name?
What's your name?
Where did you get such a pretty name? Who gave you that name? Mommy? Who? Daddy? Grandma?
Your mommy gave you that name. Who gave you that name? Yes.
All right. Whoever gave you that name, I love that name. Can I have a piece of that name, please?
Can
I
I have
have
your
some
name?
of that name? All right. You give me away your name. And good afternoon to you, man.
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. What make you want to be involved in a situation like this?
Definitely the cause, just giving back to the community. As you can see, I make candles. So candles are very therapeutic, relaxing, stress relieving. So definitely kind of tailors to the cause that we're doing here and you know.
Domestic abuse. Give me your feeling about what is taking place out there, especially with the young ladies in your community.
Definitely be strong enough to know that you mean more, value yourself, and definitely don't let anybody overstep those boundaries.
If one is into a situation like this, most of the time they won't get out of that situation because support from the other parties. How would you address this?
There's resources out there that can help you. Me being someone that went through that, there's resources, there's churches, there's programs, You just have to want that help and support. Just value yourself. I think it's with looking at myself as saying I'm strong enough and I'm better. And at the end of the day, God will make a way.
Your merchandise that you have, is this for sale to the general public?
Yes.
And if so, how can they get it? If somebody out there who needs it, how can they get in touch with you?
So they can go to melaninaroma.com or on Instagram and Facebook at a Melanin Aroma Co.
There's the phone number.
Yes, 561-225-0867.
See it again.
561-225-0867.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're gonna shake my
Bye-bye.
hand too? Shake. Give me a shake. Give me a shake. Oh, so sweet. Huh? You're four? I'm 20 times your size. All right. What is that?
You got something.
No. What do I do? I didn't do anything.
No, you got something.
What, the mic? What you got?
Oh, I understand you're a singer. Can you sing a beautiful song for me?
I said, you got cutters or you got crayons?
Oh, you want crayons? He don't have crayons. She asked for crayons.
Not cutters
No, no
You gonna
colors.
sing a little song for me? What is your favorite song?
is
Girl, she love mics and camera. I'm gonna put a Disney
You don't
channel.
want to sing for me today?
is it's for I love ABCs.
Oh, you love ABCs? I can't say that. Can you say that for me? I don't know my ABCs. Can you say it for me?
What's your ABC?
ABC.
That's a good side.
I come back to you, all right? So, and here's a gentleman that tried to push me away from over there, so we're back. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored. And what is the reason for you to be here?
So I'm actually here because of twofold. One, I'm actually an advocate for domestic violence as with a major in psychology. I understand the importance of things like this, and I have friends around me who suffer from these things themselves and have come from it in triumph. So once I heard about the event and I met with the young lady, I said this is something that I can align myself with.
Domestic violence.
Yes, sir.
Do you think this starts from the home? It starts from the school? It starts from the community? How do you think this will start?
As an advocate, or rather a proponent of nature versus nurture, I would say that I believe that it starts at home in terms of modeling what you see around you, family members, on TV, things like that. Those tend to impact how we decide to behave and conduct ourselves outside of our home.
Okay. The local media right now is not doing much about this because the public needs to be more aware of the situation. How would you address that?
I would essentially use the same thing that is being used in a negative light. So if we're pushing ideas out there about domestic violence and making it seem like it's okay with TV shows that glorify it, there should be other products and other things out there that should be doing the exact opposite and saying, well, these are the positive things that we should shed light on to eliminate domestic violence and things of that nature.
So do you think the churches and the schools need to be more involved in this?
I would definitely say that churches on a whole can do a lot better about handling domestic violence, because I think there's a bit of a miscommunication in terms of if your husband or your spouse is being violent to you, that you should just pray about it and leave it with God, which is not a bad thing in terms of two people wanting to change. But if one person is wanting to change and the other one still wants to continue doing the violence, staying and praying is not going to do anything about it.
But do you think it's cover up in the homes too by
Yes, I would definitely say that. That's why we have a lot of family secrets among families who just decide not to talk about things or don't want to deal with the difficult conversations of why this is not okay. Grandma may have done it, grandpa may have done it, but that's not okay for my grandchildren to see or for my great-grandchildren to pick up and follow.
I don't know how to say this, but I'm from a little island called Jamaica. And in Jamaica, it's covered up so much, especially your grandparents or whoever it is. You would go home and say something, and you said, "Oh, not me, you're lying." they try to push you away from the
Yes.
situation. How would
Yes.
you?
So being a being a child whose both parents are from Jamaica as well, and things of that nature, I've seen a lot of that myself. I have sat down with my cousins who are around my age and said we need to break the cycle. If you see something, even in our family, call it out. If it means that we miss out on our rundown and our macaron and things like that, such as life, I'd rather speak out on it and miss a meal and save someone's life.
Where in Jamaica you
I'm from here, but mom is from Spanish Town, dad is from Kingston.
from? Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And
Absolutely, sir.
your products that you're selling is it's for
So,
sale?
yes, they are for sale. So, first off, let me backtrack. My name is Brian. I'm the CEO of Brown King Care. You can find all of our products on brownkingcare.com. And what I have with me today is one of our aromatherapy candles and 4 out of the 6 natural bars of soap that we make in house. From turmeric to oatmeal to lavender to sandalwood to African violet and juniper berry. Each bar has a particular use for every part of your body. So you have something for hyperpigmentation and for dark spots. You have something for acne and eczema. Anything you need, for the most part, we probably have it. If we don't, we're willing to make it.
Okay, do you have a website?
Yes,
so
sir.
we can-
We are www.brownkingcare.com. Again, that's www.brownkingcare.com.
The phone number there?
There is no phone number, but there's also an email, which is connect@brownkingcare.com.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, sir.
Pleasure is mine. All right.
Hey, I'm well.
And here we are at the Sapkin Center, and it's looking good. It's looking good. I'm getting some information that I was not privileged to before, and we just hope the public will endorse whatever we're doing here, understand what is taking place, and because of the importance of all of this, we have our beautiful Chief Stanley here. Good evening, Chief. How are you? We're doing this all over again, huh? How are you here?
I'm doing great, doing great. Thank you.
We did this a few weeks ago,
Yes.
and it seemed to be getting out there where the public is now more aware of the situation. How would
Yes.
you address it?
Well, right now the event that we're having today is to address domestic violence. We actually want to, have education be part of getting that message out. So this is the reason we're having this. This is just the beginning of a series of events that we're going to have. So Ms. Jeanette Brooks, who's been very instrumental in trying to get this, off the ground, and running. We're starting today. We're going to have some expert panelists discuss that today, and we're hoping that people are educated. People learn something from this, and it will help, at least stop some of the violence, domestic violence that we're particularly dealing with.
From the Lord Hill Police section, how much involved are you in the
Well, we're very involved. That's why I'm here tonight in support of this cause. My city manager is a very big supporter, a strong believer in this. We've actively engaged the state attorney to see what we can do to help, deal with some of the repeat offenders of domestic violence. So again, we have a lot of community events, that is to talk to people, to educate them. We provide informational brochures, answer questions if people have them, but just continuing to engage in the community, I think is very important, and we'll continue that.
Thank you so much once again. It's always a pleasure.
You
All
as
right,
well.
good to have
Thank you.
All right, good. And that was Chief Stanley from the Lord Hill Police Department here in Lord Hill. She's been around for quite a while, and she's very, very intrigued into what's happening. And whatever is happening, she wants to stop it. And the way he's pointing out, and he's saying you're next. And yeah, as I say, Chief Stanley is very, very important to the community and doing a wonderful job. So I say good afternoon to you, man.
Good afternoon. And who are you?
I try to figure that myself. Yeah. But we're with a little station called IRITimes.com.
Oh,
in
Ira
internet.
Times.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
And
okay, Ira Times.
my name is Mitch. I do the gospel on the station in the morning,
okay.
7 days a week. So give me a little heads up of why you're here and why it's important for you.
Well, I'm here because I am very interested in the domestic violence topic. and I'd love to hear what they have to say. I know a lot of people get abused, and I understand that it's very prevalent in Lauderhill. So I'm just here to learn. Yes.
I've asked this question. Domestic violence, it's a worldwide thing. But if you're into that situation, how do you come out of that situation?
Man, I don't know if I could ever get in that situation because I'm going to throw the first punch. So I've never been in this situation, but I definitely would have to seek help. I think that would be my first. That would be my first plan of action. I would seek help.
I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. A lot of people that's in that situation is afraid to come out of that situation because of support from the other, maybe financial support,
Financial.
maybe they have kids that's
Maybe
involved.
it's low self-esteem.
Yeah, low self-esteem.
There's a lot of different factors that drives that. Because I've known people who have been in the situation. Yes, so it's a lot of different factors that's involved. A lot of times it's the children. That's first and foremost. But I always say to them, you stay because of the children, but what are you really teaching the children? Is this normal for you to live that way? Would you want to see your children living that way? So that would be that's the stance I take as far as staying in the situation because of the children. You need to teach the children healthy lifestyles. So if you're not able to get help, and I'm not going to say step right out, but I'm going to say try to seek help first. And if that doesn't work, then you go out and you try to figure out a way out of the situation, because it's not healthy to have kids in that situation. Staying there is scarring them for life. And, it's going to either make them get very aggressive or become scornful, or it's going to damage them in some way or the other. Yeah, so you never know how.
All right. Thank you so much. It's pleasure is all mine. Brother John T., good to see you, my brother. How are you, sir?
I'm giving God thanks
All
as
right.
always, man.
Always. Brother John T., big time radio for over 30 years here in the South Florida. Wake up and live in the morning, a cup of tea, etc. And future commissioner for Lauderhill.
I'm glad you mentioned our two professions because I'm wearing two caps this afternoon. I'm here as a broadcaster, also as a candidate in the city of Lauderhill. And one of the main reasons why I'm here is not just to promote my candidacy, but I have concerns about this symposium and where domestic violence is concerned. As a former police detective, I happen to have investigated a number of these cases in Jamaica, where when you think about domestic violence, it's not even between two people. It also affects the children in the family, because once they see what's going on in the home, there is no communication between a mommy and a daddy. It affects the children psychologically. So domestic violence is something that we should try, find a way to get rid of it. We might not be able to get rid of it, but at least we can decrease the amount of domestic violence that we have in homes. And one must also realize that domestic violence is not necessarily where women are always the victim, because there are fathers, there are men who are also the victim, but because of this macho thing within us as men, we can't afford to let our friends know that, or we get a spanking when we go home. And those would not have been reported to the police. So sometimes the figures are incorrect where domestic violence is concerned, because most time the complainants are women, but the men would never complain. 1 out of 100 will go up and say, well, I've been battered and bruises verbally, physically by my husband. So it's one of the main reasons why I'm here, to listen to what they have to offer here, and if I'm given a chance to give my input based on my experience as a law enforcement officer.
Would you say now then, John, that it's more prevalent now than it was then?
Yes, I would imagine so, because what has happened is that, especially with immigrants, in the case of immigrants who have come to this country, and sad to say, women who are more financially independent than most of the men, they take advantage of the independency and they abuse their men, maybe not physically but verbally. So that is one of the reasons, because in Jamaica, or maybe in the Caribbean, you find that men are really the breadwinners. But when it comes to this country, women are more privileged to afford certain things that men are not able to afford. So it takes a conscious woman to understand the importance of a man in the home. So I think it's more here. And of course, with the past pandemic that went on 3 or 4 years ago, it created a lot of problem because people lost their jobs, people can't go. So there's a frustration in the home. So that could be a contributing factor to even domestic violence indirectly.
But don't you think it's cover up in the home sometimes also for personal gain?
Oh yes, certainly. There's no doubt about that. Most time it is covered for different reasons too, because you don't want people to hear your business. Sometimes there is fear, whichever it could be on the side of the mother, side of the woman or the man. But yes, a lot of domestic violence, and we need to reach out because if you don't reach out to someone and let them know what happens, it might end up somebody killing somebody. So one has got to be cognizant of the fact that domestic violence can lead to more than just domestic violence, but to even murder. You know, and we are now living in a diverse community where a lot of people are from the islands come here, blend with the Americans. So that combination of the immigration and people who are born American, it creates that kind of problem.
And as I said before, I think a lot of, especially the women, they don't want to come out of that situation because of the financial support from their father.
That is so true. That is very, very true. They are not able to go on their own. They can't be independent. And so they are so dependent on the man in the home based on his economic situation. So could be one of the reasons, or it is one of the reasons why some of domestic violence is covered up. Definitely.
Okay. To a young lady out there who is going through that at the present time, what message would you send to that?
My message is to find a way and get out of it. If you're a church goer, speak to your minister. Because a lot of times we don't see the importance of going to a minister in your church. I mean, be a close friend and get some advice. We can't just hold it back to ourselves. We'll never get help if we hold it back to ourselves. But I've always felt that there are churches out there, there are ministers of religion who can assist in this kind of situation. And maybe financially, who knows? But you must speak to someone about it. Relieve that tension. And so I do believe that can help.
All right, John, thank you so much, my brother. And
It's a pleasure.
best of luck. It's going to be all right.
Yeah.
It's going to be all right. All right, thanks. Okay. You ready?
Okay. What's your name? Nice to meet you, Dr. Carter.
I wanted him to meet you, and he was talking about some things he was trying to do in the city, but running into some roadblocks. So
Okay.
anyway, but you can go ahead.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chief.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, sir. How
Hi,
are you?
good. We're good. Once again, good.
Hi, Commissioner Dunn.
I recalled who you are, ma'am. You want to come over here? Let me speak to you over here.
Okay, no problem. I'll be right.
Hello, sir. How are
Good
you?
afternoon to you,
Good
Commissioner.
afternoon.
How are you
I'm
doing,
doing
listen?
well. What's your name?
Mitch. They
All
just
right,
call me
Mr.
Mitch. I think
Mitch.
we spoke some time ago, and
Okay.
I'm involved with IRITimes.com,
Okay.
local radio station here.
Got it.
We do the interviews. And this is about the second or third time we're doing something like this.
Okay.
But what makes you think the community should be involved more in this situation?
With domestic violence? Okay. Well, in the city of Lauderhill, we had over 450 domestic violence arrests last year and the year before last. And a majority of the incidents of crime that we have is somehow domestic related. And it's very important for us to create space where peace happens inside and outside of our homes.
How do we take this to the family, though, through the media?
Well, everybody has a role to play in creating a safe, peaceful, and happy community. And I believe that peace happens in multiple ways, right? So the first layer of peace is in our own personal responsibility. How you deal with your neighbors, how you deal when somebody cuts you off in traffic, how you deal with your friends and your family at home, right? And a lot of that has to do with how we process our emotions, how we process anger. And I think that the press really has a role to play. A lot of times, unfortunately, in the media, if it bleeds, it leads. And so we see a lot of images around violence. Imagine if the press were to also tell stories like you're doing, right? Of building awareness around an issue, of highlighting peace, of highlighting the things in our community that we can all be proud of. I think that's an important thing that the press could do to help promote peace in the neighborhood.
What about the churches and the schools?
Listen, Mitch, in order for us to create the kind of city and state and country that we want, everybody has a role to play. Traditionally, the church has been the cornerstone of our community, particularly in the Black community. And so they have a seat at the table, just as residents, seniors, youth, nonprofits, and for profit. If we all work together, then I believe that real sustainable change can happen.
How much cover up do you think is also in the homes for the parents with the kids?
What do you mean by cover ups?
They know of this, or they try to hide it from the general public.
You know, Mitch, unfortunately, a lot of times we can be very prideful, right? I grew up in an era where what happens inside of the home stays inside of the home. You don't want to spread the dirty laundry. You don't want to share anything outside. And in fact, for some children, they will get punished for going out and speaking about some of the things that's happening at home. And that's one of the myths. That's one of the practices I believe that keeps us stuck. There is this epidemic of called adverse childhood experiences. It's ACEs, right? And basically what it says is that children who are raised in homes that have things like domestic violence, neglect, child abuse, or where the child could even have witnessed some sort of violence, that child is significantly likely to grow up to be an adult with chronic disease. And what happens is that it becomes generational, multi-generational in fact, and the cycle continues. Well, one way to break the cycle is to break the silence.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure, sir.
Best of luck.
Great questions.
Best of luck in the election that's coming up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, be well.
Good evening, sir.
How you doing? So don't go far. They've been waiting to interview me.
They've been waiting to interview you.
How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Once again, it's a pleasure being with you here. Domestic violence is a thing that's happening worldwide right now. It's currently in Lauderhill. How do we intend to break the cycle of what is going on?
Well, one of the things I think is important to understand is how violence happens on both sides with both men and women. I mean, part of the perspective that I think is important to keep is how men are also experiencing domestic violence, and that's usually not as discussed. When you also consider how many men are not reporting domestic violence they incur. When you look at the shame that's often built, that's centered around domestic violence that men experience. I think it's doing things like this that we're doing, raising awareness, having a conversation, and empowering people to feel that they can speak out about it, that they know that there are services that are available for them to take advantage of. So this is always a good step in the right direction.
Because of our macho image that we said in the pride, then that's one of the reasons why we do not want to go out there and do this. But we want to bring them out, and this is the way of doing it. Send a message to the men out there, especially those who have been abused.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot more courage, I think, because of the social stigma and the social norms that are associated with what domestic violence looks like. But I think men need to understand that they have as much right in this process as do anybody else, and that their feelings matter, how they're processing their emotions, and the kind of help that they need in order to work through those type of situations is just as relevant. So please take advantage of the opportunities that allow you to speak out. And even if it's confiding in someone, if it's starting with therapy, if it's developing a circle of brotherhood around you that's a safe space for you to communicate about that, I think it's important for them to find that will to do that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Once again, it's a pleasure. We're live and direct in Lauderhill at the Domestic Voice Symposium. And we just want to let you know that it's all right. It's all right to come out. Don't stay in the house and hide from this because it's important to go out to the public and let them be aware of the situation. You are a man, so you are ashamed to go out there and say you've been abused. No, step out. Good afternoon to you, ma'am. How are you?
Good. How are you doing, sir?
Feeling good.
Good.
What made you get involved in this situation?
So I'm the CEO of Women in Distress of Broward County, and I think it's important that domestic violence is a community issue. I think sometimes we treat it as a women's issue, but it really isn't. And for us to break the cycle, the community has to get involved, and that's why I'm here.
Churches, as said it, and schools, should they more involved in the situation to educational wise?
I think that, we are in the schools somewhat. We don't necessarily talk about domestic violence, but we talk about other things, bullying behaviors, things like that. But I do think that it's important for our faith communities to be involved in this issue because it's happening to their parishioners. And if they recognize something, then maybe they can intervene and kind of help out and provide resources.
Thank you so much. In the homes, though, I said it's covered up in the homes sometimes because of the situation, maybe financial situation, maybe educational wise, it's covered up.
Absolutely.
How can this be exposed in the homes, especially to the kids? Because this is something that will tarnish them for the rest of their lives based on mom and dad, how they.
And I think one of the things we can do that is early education, talking to kids when they're younger so that they don't duplicate cycles. But if you have a domestic violence situation, it's really important that people reach out to their community members and really ask for help because it's not a shameful situation. It's about getting the assistance to the family as it's needed.
Send a message to someone out there who's going through this at the present time that they need to come out and
Please come and visit us. Please know that we support you and we care about you and we want you to be here. And you'll hear some good things tonight, even if you're not ready to leave.
Thank you so
All
much.
right,
It's
you
a
have a
pleasure
great day,
to be
sir.
good. All right, thank you so much. All right, and here we are in the Lord Hill section. Domestic violence is what we're talking about, and I got a big man here, almost as tall as I am, and he's looking as if he's ready to work. Domestic violence. Tell me something about what you know and how can we cure this?
Well, domestic violence is something, if you look historically, has been going on a very long time. And still to this day in certain countries, what we consider domestic violence is not considered domestic violence. But here in the United States, there's been a lot of work done to address issues of domestic violence, address issues of family violence, particularly in the area of prevention and education, as well as intervention. But there's nowhere near enough programs to help domestic violence victims, particularly in the area of emergency shelter. And that's one thing that we need to push our legislators to continue to push for funding for emergency shelter for victims, including shelters that will allow companion animals and service animals, because that is one of the reasons why victims will stay in a situation is because they don't want to leave their pets behind. So we have to make sure that we include that in emergency shelter services.
And the government, what are they doing about a situation like this at the present time?
Well, currently, here in the state of Florida and through federal funding, there's the VOCA grant, which is administered through the Office of the Attorney General of the state of Florida. It comes from a federal grant. But again, those services are limited. We need more resources to address the issue. We need more victim advocates. We need more funding for those that can truly reach out and assist victims of domestic violence.
Send a message out there to those who are in it at the present time, but too ashamed to go out and just say this is happening to them. How do they cope and how do they come out of it? Send a message.
It's about change and it's about safety. Domestic violence is something that does progress over time. That means it gets worse if you're still in that situation. There is help available. There is confidential and anonymous assistance available. There are helplines. There's a national domestic violence hotline. There's also a state hotline, as well as our local partners here like Women in Distress. So there is help available, and there's also help from other people that have been victims who are now trying to help victims to get out of that situation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. Okay. And here we are in Lauderhill once again, this symposium, domestic violence. Have a gentleman beside me here, and he's all smile. He's looking good, so he, he must be happy about what is taking place this afternoon, so we can educate those out there. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Happy to be here.
And give me an idea of what this is all about, why we're here this evening.
This symposium came about to bring awareness to domestic violence and the impact it has on families, in particular children. So it's very important that we bring awareness and educate the community about the impact of domestic violence in our communities, the impact it has on children, the consequences, the long-term
Good evening and welcome. Thank you guys for being here on time. Sorry, I think we're running on CPT time right now. So in the meantime, I would like you to go to the back table and help yourself to some delectable Domino's pizza and some snacks and something to drink, okay? And we will be we will be starting shortly.
Do you think then we should clean up the dirt that's in our homes before we take it to the streets?
Yes, we can start by in our homes and providing the proper services in our community, learn to support our families, and also when I say support our families by putting services, because domestic violence can occur to any family, doesn't matter any race, any ethnic group, or any economic status. So it's very important to provide the appropriate services within the homes for family.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Pleasure is all mine. Good to have you. Okay. And here we are again in Lauderhill at the Symposium for Domestic Violence. And we have heard some things. We're speaking to some wonderful folks here who is totally into what's going on. And they're encouraging you to come out and support this. If you have a chance to talk to someone, then you will understand what it's all about. And here's a lady who's totally responsible for this afternoon. Say good afternoon to you once again, ma'am.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Nice to see you, nice to see you.
Oh, she got some company here too. Talk to me about this affair this afternoon.
So this evening we're having a conversation about domestic violence awareness. We want to share the different forms that it exists in and the different ways people perpetuate domestic violence. So we want the community to be aware, because sometimes they're involved in certain relationships and they're unsure of or unaware of the fact that they're actually being abused.
For you to get involved in this, you must have think hard and long about this. How and why did you get involved in this?
So all the work that we do at Unmute Yourself, I have either experienced it personally or witnessed it happen to someone close to me. So everything that I do for this organization and this event is personal.
And once again, I say thank you, because it's about the second time that we talked about this. Yes. And it seemed to be growing from strength to strength. So whatever you're doing, continue to do it, and it's going to work out well for you. All right? Thanks so much. All right. You're blessed.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, good. All right, and here we are again, and we're going to have another young lady coming up here, and she looking shy like she don't want to talk to me. She's looking shy like she don't want to talk to me. You're very shy. Don't worry about it. This is for the future.
Yes, sir.
This is for the future. And if we stay back, we'll never reach the future. Good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
And talk to me about what's going on.
Well, this is a domestic violence symposium, And it's a lot of people here with information about domestic violence and ways that you can break the silence. You can mute yourself and speak up if you're having problems. There are counselors here. They also have different therapeutic things for people who sometimes need stress relief. That's here also. And they're going to have some really great speakers who are going to address the situation and tell the community how to deal with it, tell the person who unfortunately maybe experienced domestic violence how to deal with it, and perpetrators. So it should be a very good symposium.
Okay, we're live and direct now, and there's someone in the house at the present time who's going through this situation. Send a message to them so they can get out of this.
You are not alone. There's lots of help out here for you. I know it takes a lot of courage sometimes to step out and try to get some help, but there'll be information here at our Sackon Center that we're going to make sure is here. If you can't make it today, or if you can always come back here and ask for some information about domestic violence, on ways you can get help, ways that you can get yourself out of that situation, and how we can help you. So if you are out there and you need some help, this is the place to come.
Thank you so much, all right?
You're quite welcome,
Pleasures
sir.
are
Thank
mine.
you.
You're welcome now, all right? Once again, we're here in Lauderhill at the Symposium for Domestic Violence, and we just look around and we see something. You shy. You shy. She's always shy. We got some lovely folks out there, and we got some beautiful information for you. So you need to just come out and support what is happening here this afternoon. Okay, let's go from this side, and you want to go from here, or you start from here? Yeah. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing? Good. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. Still hanging around here. All right. I see you're pretty busy up there with that.
Also, you have maybe about 5 minutes to walk outside and check some of the vendors outside and the ones in the room before we go ahead and open up this party.
Just get some information, and then we move from here. IRITimes.com, your family-friendly station. And let me go down here and see if we can get a little young lady. I see you got some Trinity International University. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you? I'm pretty good. How about you? I'm doing well, thank you. Do which part? Oh, okay. Well, I represent Trinity International University. We have several degree programs and certificate programs. We're a small Christian university. Our main campus is in Deerfield, Illinois, but we have a campus in North Lauderdale and one in Kendall, Miami. What else?
How much are they involved in the domestic affairs that's going on now?
Well, I'm currently representing the mental health counseling department, and so we're training and equipping students to become counselors, mental health counselors in the community, and we target a lot of the community mental health agencies that are able to address the needs of the community and the domestic violence and other needs and mental health needs.
So you're a student at Trinity. Are they being educated on what's going on out there, domestic violence?
Specific program or degree, not specific to domestic violence, but we do talk to our students about being trauma informed. And clearly domestic violence is a form of trauma, and it represents itself not just in the physical, but in the emotional abuse, in the even financial abuse, and mental abuse. So we do address all of those needs so that our students are equipped to help the community to have awareness that domestic violence doesn't just look like bumps and bruises, right? And that awareness helps our clients to be able to become themselves more informed and seek out resources to help and to get out of those difficult situations.
What message would you send to someone that's home right now, that's going through this, but too ashamed because of the pride to come out?
I didn't hear the last part.
Someone that's been abused at the present time, and they're too ashamed to come out with this. How would you send a message to them?
Definitely wanting to let them know that they're not alone, and there are resources available. help is available. I think that is the biggest thing that I would want to show them. And there is no shame in this. There's no blame for them to accept in this. Their only responsibility is to their own health and safety, and take advantage of the opportunities that are out there to help them to get to that space, whether it be by themselves, with children, pets. However, there are resources available and they don't have to do it alone.
Thank you so much. Pleasure is all mine. And you want to share the pizza with me, ma'am? You want to share that? Here's another young lady again, and she's from Chin Senior Medical. You ladies were just at my church on Tuesday. I know.
Community of seniors.
Domestic abuse. What does this mean to you?
So domestic abuse it's a component of three things. There's verbal abuse, there's physical abuse, and there's emotional abuse. So that's what it pretty much means to me. There's different ways that abuse can happen, whether you can physically see it or whether it can be like, internally.
Okay. Some folks are ashamed to come out with this, to let their families or their friends or the public know about this. What message would you send for them that's hidden from this situation?
Say that the last part again.
What message would you send to someone that's going at the present time that's ashamed to come out?
Okay, so I would say it is a sensitive topic, depending on what happened to that certain individual. But I would encourage, for those that are ashamed to be less ashamed about what happened, because when they're boxed up in a shell, the cut is deeper than what it is, versus coming out with the situation and not knowing that they're not alone in the situation. Other people can relate, other people can give advice, and other people can actually protect the certain individual that's going through this domestic abuse. So I'll say, try not to be as ashamed, because there are supportive groups that will definitely, assist in that aspect.
Your medical team, Chen, how much involved are they in situations like this?
So Chen Medical, we are specifically for seniors. So seniors do face domestic abuse as well, whether it's, nursing home, sadly to say. It can happen anywhere. It can happen even in their own home, with probably they own just a room there, and then they have a roommate. It can happen anywhere. So with Chen Medical, we do have resources where we protect our seniors and we keep them healthy. In that aspect. So if we notice something that's going on or some unusual behaviors, seeing you as often, when they see their doctors as often, we can detect something it's not going right, and we can definitely have resources. We have social workers on site to assist with it, whether it's better living, whether it's income or anything that's causing this domestic abuse. We have resources to protect them.
Diane, from your what is it? Your healthcare. She comes to my church almost every Tuesday because we had a fair down there. So I want to say thank you so much, and keep on doing what you're doing. It's always a pleasure. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, absolutely.
All right. Okay. All right. So. I forgot that he's the boss, and he said I shouldn't take name and number and information that's available that they can be reached.
So my name is Angie with Chen Medical Center. My phone number is 786-779-3363, and I'm your Chen representative for all Chens in Broward, Miami, because we have about 104 locations. So anywhere there's a Chen dedicated or Gen Care, we're more than happy to assist you. Oh, my email. Okay, so my name is Angie. It's short for Angenard. So the email is ANGENARD .Alexis, ALEXIS, @chenmed.com.
Phone number one more time, because we are.
Oh, okay.
Phone number one more time, because we don't retain a lot.
Oh, okay. Phone number, again, my name is Angie with Chen Medical Center. Phone number is 786-779-3363. That's my direct number where you can reach me directly. And the best thing about it, at any time. So you call me now, I'll answer.
Thank you so much, Angie, once again. Thanks again. You. All right? And we're coming to you. Yes, we're coming to you.
Oh, you coming to me?
Yeah. You come with Diane sometime to Church of Atonement, eh?
Huh?
Do you come to Church of Atonement with Diane?
So she's with me when my colleague do that.
Oh, okay. Give give me give me an input of what's going on here tonight and why it's important to the public to know about this.
Yeah, today I'm here, and the public need to know that, especially the elderly. My name is Rachuli Lauriston. I am a licensed insurance broker, so I represent different type of insurance company. So if someone have any questions regarding Medicare, Medicaid, long-term life insurance, they can contact me at 786-450-1066. Again, 786-450-1066. My name is Rachuli Lauriston, and they can reach me anytime, and I'll be available to assist them.
This symposium, what does it mean to someone out there who is not aware of what's taking place in the community?
Who's not aware of what's taking place here today? Yes, it's really best to engage in the community activity so they can know exactly what's going on out there, especially about safety, about a lot of other things in the community. So it's good when we're having those type of events for a lot of people, especially if we have ads going around for them to attend it so they can learn about Fort Lauderdale community. You have a good one.
All right, yeah. And here we are right now. We're just about getting ready to start this. What an experience this is for someone who's not aware of what's going on in this situation. And once again, you're live and direct on iritime.com, your local station here in the South Florida area. Get ready to go to the podium, and some of the wonderful folks will be addressing what is taking place here. Over in the corner over there, we have Brother Mark Swabies putting on some music over there for us. So we turn you over. We turn you over live to iritimes.com. Speakers is ready to get on the podium. And here we go.
Agua? Okay. I don't know, girl. I feel like I'm going to be catching tonight. Is this the first one? And she's quite ready. Late, right? I know, right? No, they don't. No? My kids, neither one of my kids were late. Yeah, my first one was early, actually. Yeah, but my first one was early too. Okay, we're not going to jinx it. I know. Not tonight, though. No, not tonight. Okay. That's not, other duties as a sign. I don't have other duties as a sign. But we have a lot of police, so they've got training. Austin. Let me go get him. Like maybe you're not ready yet. Boy. I'm excited. Yeah. I think he's gonna be late. I want him to be born in November. I'm like, just at that time. Keep booking. I don't know, man. I'm pretty low for you're really low. I looked at you and I was like, and I never want to ask somebody, when are you due? Because I mean, I don't know. You could have a tumor or something like. But I was like, I didn't want to ask, but I was like, oh, she's really pregnant. That baby is low, low, low. Did you know? Do you? Yeah, I'm such a nerd. I always have to like write out my answers. I wing it. Because the problem with me when I wing it is that I want you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening, everyone. Those of you that are standing, please take your seats. We are about to start our evening. Sorry, there was a call coming in. So good evening again, everyone. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us here this evening. Welcome to a gathering that transcends the ordinary. For today, we convene not just as individuals, but as advocates, allies, and agents of change. This event is not a mere gathering. It is a solemn promise to confront the shadows that linger in the corners of our society. In this room, we are bound by a shared commitment and a shared understanding of the gravity of our mission. We stand united against the insidious force that is interpersonal violence, a force that seeps into homes, communities, and lives, leaving scars that often remain unseen. Before we proceed, I implore each of you to pause for a moment and ensure your cell phones are silenced and tucked away. This event is being recorded, and your undivided attention is not only appreciated, but crucial in ensuring we capture the essence and importance of our discussions tonight. Our presence here today is a testament to our collective resolve to shatter the silence that too often surrounds these issues. It is a pledge to be the voice for those who have been silenced, the shield for those who have been vulnerable, and the beacon of hope for those who have been in despair. As we embark on this journey together, let us carry in our hearts the weight of this responsibility that comes with advocating for change. Let us remember that each word spoken, each story shared, and each action taken has the power to ripple through the fabric of our society, leaving behind a legacy of compassion, empowerment, and transformation. So I implore you to engage deeply, listen intently, speak boldly. I lost my spot. For it is through our collective efforts, our unwavering determination, that we will move closer to a world free from the shackles of violence. Thank you for being here. We are the catalysts for change this evening. This evening, we are honored to have with us today esteemed dignitaries who have taken time from their busy schedule to stand in solidarity against domestic violence. Their presence speaks volumes about their commitment to our community's safety and well-being. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Commissioner Melissa Dunn, City Manager Desiree Giles-Smith, and our Chief of Police of Lauderhill, Constance Stanley. Now, as we gather in the spirit of unity and purpose, it is fitting to pause and extend our heartfelt gratitude to two extraordinary individuals who have stood at the forefront of our collective mission. Their dedication and tireless efforts have illuminated the path toward a safer, more compassionate community. Today, we come together to honor and recognize the remarkable contributions of our esteemed police chief and our city manager. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the distinct privilege of honoring an individual whose dedication to our community's safety is nothing short of remarkable. Under her steadfast leadership, our city, Lauderhill, has seen significant strides in addressing domestic violence issues and other issues of interpersonal violence. Her unwavering commitment to protecting and serving has inspired us all. Please join me in recognizing and expressing our deepest gratitude to our esteemed police chief, Constance Stanley. Thank you for your service. Make sure I got the right one. This is for you. And this is for you.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say there were two. It is with great pleasure that we acknowledge the visionary leader who has played a pivotal role in advancing the cause of domestic violence awareness and interpersonal violence awareness in our city. Through tireless efforts and genuine commitment to the well-being of our community, our city manager has shown exemplary dedication. Join me in extending our heartfelt appreciation to Mrs. Desiree Giles Smith. So you have your purple now. And I did not, hold on, wait. This is for you too. You're very welcome. I forgot, and I wouldn't read it, but you both have some plaques in your bag. It's for you to memorialize this day, right? Thank you. You're welcome. So now I'm going to call you up to speak. So don't get too comfortable. So now the chief or the city manager, you can come up in the order you choose and greet the audience, please. Thank you.
She is the best. Let's give her a hand. You know, this is such an important issue in our community. It's something that the chief and I have studied for a little bit and looked at it and said that it's something that we want to try to address. When we looked at our statistics, we saw that if we took every domestic violence incident that happened in the city of Lauderhill and we measured it in time, it would actually take up half of our year. So domestic violence is something that's real in Lauderhill, and that's why we have to attempt to address it. We're talking about basically domestic violence occurs with people who generally love each other, whether it be a mother and a son, whether it be a husband and a wife, a sister and a sister. So these are things I think we can address, and I think part of the issue is we need to get the word out. We need to make sure the resources that are here today are available to people, that they know about them, so that we can address these concerns in our community. So I hope each of you will take the time, if you have it, if you run into someone who has a need, that you please tell them there are things that can be done. We're going to keep some resources here at the Sackins Center, so if anybody needs help, needs a way to escape, needs to try to talk to someone, we'll have information here. They can always call our police department. We have a chaplain, and we have victim services advocates that will help them. But we also want to try to help the person who might be doing this. Because a lot of times hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. So what we want to try to do is stop that hurting. So a lot of the stuff that we have here today and the great work that you're doing is what will help to change this. So let's make a difference in Lauderhill, and let's try to address this for our community. Let's make Lauderhill safer for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Our city manager said it all. Violence is something that we've got to stop. And violence happens on multiple levels, right? When you think about crime, sometimes you think about, the violent crimes and the things that happen to strangers. But as the city manager says, oftentimes it's violence that happens in our homes. And there's actually violence that occurs to ourselves. If you think about all of the thoughts that go through your head in a day, how many of them are really positive? And how many of those thoughts translate into healing for not just yourself, but the rest of the community? I personally believe that peace begins with us. It begins with how you show up in your workplace. It begins with how you show up in your family. It begins with how you show up for yourself. So as we think about creating more peace in the city of Lauderhill, in our homes and outside of our homes, I want you to think about ways that peace can begin with you. and your neighbors, and let it be contagious, because we deserve to have peace in the city of Lauderhill 365 days a year. So thank you for your dedication, and I look forward to supporting this movement that I believe is going to be transformative for our community. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I just want to thank all of you for coming out to this event to show your support and also your interest in the cause. I want to commend Jeanette Brooks for bringing this to our attention. She came to me a while back with this idea of wanting to combat domestic violence. As you all heard from our commissioner and also our city manager, it's definitely an issue that we're dealing with every day. I'm speaking from a law enforcement perspective, and my city manager knows, and she looks at what we provide on a daily basis in the shift reports, and we report crime that occurs. And I guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, we always have one of those calls, one or even more, that are domestic violence related. So just to show you the amount of times that we're having to respond to deal with these type of issues. And again, you know, those of you who are out here, you may have victims, you know someone, you may have been a victim of domestic violence yourself, but it becomes a really major issue, especially when we have children involved, because they either become batterers themselves or they think that it's just a normal behavior. So again, it's really gonna take a collective effort from all of us. You all have an expert panelist here, and I want to thank them also for taking their time out to come out. So keep an open mind. Also, don't be afraid to ask questions. You know, it's very important that we get the message out. And one of the things that the city manager and I recently did, because what we look at is the repeat offenders. So a lot of times we may have reports, and we're providing that information where we've gone to this residence, you know, 5 or more times. It could be husband and wife, or it could be the siblings. But again, that shows that it's a toxic environment. And you may not realize, parents, you know, people who are involved in domestic violence don't realize the impact that they're imposing on their children. So it's really important to educate. It's really important for us to know the signs. You know, again, it's a challenge for law enforcement because it's not one of those things that we can detect or know ahead of time unless we're very reactive when it comes to the call. So we are not in every household to know when an incident is going to occur. You have vendors here who provide some resources, counseling that's available. It's important if you feel that you need it or a family member needs it. It's important to try to get those available resources that are out there. But again, I'm very thankful for Jeanette putting this together. She made our lives easier because it's something that our city manager wanted to put together for a while. So she had laid everything out, and I just said, you got to meet with the city manager. So she did all the work. So Jeanette, you know, I commend you on this, and continue with your efforts and making sure that we end domestic violence. Thank you.
So I welcomed you, and I skipped ahead. I was supposed to have an invocation. Lord, forgive me. Reverend Calderon, would you do the honors, please?
I just want to say it's an honor and a privilege to be here. And again, we need to not only applaud the city and the vendors and everyone that's been a part of this, but also each of you that has come out here tonight to show your support for such an important issue that is affecting our community. And, you know, I'm proud to be a member and an employee of the City of Lauderhill, because Lauderhill has really taken this seriously and has really taken the steps to address domestic violence, not only on the victim side, but also on the perpetrator side. You know, we're looking at different ways to address all of the issues. You know, as the city manager said, hurt people, you know. And November 18th, we have Bhante Sujatha, who's known as the Loving Kindness Monk, and he's going to be at Veterans Park. It's an event being hosted by the city from 11 to 1. And I encourage all of you to participate in that event, because what he has to offer and impart with people, it's about changing perspective, it's about loving kindness, and really learning to live with one another. And these are some tough times right now. Look at what's going on in different parts of the world. You know, we think we have problems here. There's a lot of problems going on in the world. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God, God of all people, we are so blessed to be here tonight, Lord. We know that this program and this initiative has been ordained by you, and nothing is going to stop it. And we know that. And we ask that you would bless each and every single person here, as well as all those that are involved in addressing this issue in our community. We ask that you would empower not only the victims to come forward, but that you would empower our elected officials, our city leaders, our department heads, the victim advocates, all those that are helping the people, that you would empower everyone to do what needs to be done, that your hand should be extended to every single one of us in need, and that you would open our eyes, our ears, and our hearts to your message, that we may continually serve you and do what is pleasing. Lord, we know that it is only through you and through your strength and guidance that we will overcome this issue. And I know that we are empowered and that everything is going to work out to the best. So we make all our prayers and petitions in your holy name. And let us all say amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Reverend. So in the interest of time, I will not go through some short stories of the organization and or information about me, because you didn't come to hear about me. You came to talk and listen about domestic violence. So the organization's website is unmuteyourself.org. A short bio of me is on there. You can review it. I will give you a shorter synopsis of what the organization is and what we are here to do in the community. Unmute Yourself, Inc. embodies the spirit of hope and transformation within our community. This organization is dedicated to shattering and interrupting any silences surrounding domestic violence and providing a sanctuary for survivors to heal and grow. We at Unmute Yourself Incorporated stand on 5 pillars. The first one is awareness. The next one is advocacy. Allyship is the third one. Activism is the fourth. And awakening is the fifth. This event would be considered an awareness event. So we're in the first stage together. With innovative programs and unwavering support, we stand resolute at the vanguard of the battle against all forms of interpersonal violence, whether it's community gun violence, domestic abuse, human trafficking, sexual assault, or child abuse. That is who the organization is. I will move forward to just give you the quick agenda. I will go through the short bios of our panelists, and we have some survivors in the room. I will share a short bio of theirs, and sorry, for the interest of time, we're going to cut short some of your presentations, if that's okay. And then we will move into the questioning. I will be asking some questions to our esteemed panelists, and then we will enter into a form of a conversation about the topic, and then move to audience questions, okay? So, now our esteemed individuals on the stage, I will start with Dr. Parker. Dr. Parker, wave. Dr. Parker has more than 16 years of professional experience, both in human service and domestic violence services. And as an educator and administrator at the university level since 2020, she has been the president and CEO of Women in Distress. And prior to that, she was the executive director of victim services at the Peace River Center in Polk County. Prior to relocating to Florida from Iowa in 2016, Parker held director and vice president positions at William Penn University in West Des Moines, Iowa, where she led efforts to expand online learning, and she continues there as an adjunct professor at William Penn. Earlier in her career, she was a DV advocate at Children and Families of Iowa and worked as a counselor for women transitioning from prison. Thank you for your work, Dr. Parker. Next, I have Elvin Austin Keynes. He is a distinguished advocate and leader in justice policy and management. He holds a master's in justice policy and management from Florida Atlantic University with extensive... What? Oh, he
The-
didn't wave. Oh,
no.
okay. He didn't wave, yes. With extensive certifications and trainings in areas such as general instructional techniques and leadership development, Elvis has dedicated his career to innovative strategies and comprehensive intervention programs. His roles include victims of crime supervisor and teen court coordinator, and these roles highlight his commitment to delinquency prevention and program administration. Beyond his professional achievements, Elvis actively engaged in community organizations and has garnered numerous awards for his outstanding contributions. As a panelist, Elvis's wealth of knowledge and experience in justice policy and management makes him an invaluable asset, offering unique insights into community intervention and delinquency prevention. His passion for positive change is evident in every aspect of his work, making him an exceptional contributor to discussions on justice reform. Thank you for your work, Elvis. Dr. Carter, please wave. Dr. Adrian Carter, with a Doctor of Philosophy and Conflict Resolution Studies, is the CEO of Carter Development Group, an equity and inclusion, conflict resolution, leadership development, and executive coaching firm. Dr. Carter is also the founder of the Center for Advanced Leadership and Conflict Resolution, a nonprofit organization that's focused on male empowerment initiatives. With over 20 years of experience, Dr. Carter is an internationally recognized professional development trainer, author, and life coach. He also provides keynote addresses and facilitates interpersonal and organizational leadership that resolves conflict by bridging the gap between persons and organizations using the Ellison model. Thank you for your work, Dr. Carter. Oh, and by the way, so Elvis Austin Keynes, we spent summers together as children. Adrian Carter followed me in student government leadership at FIU. Maria and I were in class together at St. Thomas University. So Maria, wave Maria, and her baby bump, is a licensed mental health counselor with a passion for empowering individuals to lead fulfilling lives. Born in Colombia and raised in Miami, Florida, Maria brings a unique blend of cultural sensitivity and diverse perspectives to her practice. Her commitment to making a positive impact on the lives of others led her to serve as a subject matter expert on domestic violence for the Department of Children and Families, where she played a crucial role in shaping policies and strategies to address domestic violence issues. In 2020, Maria established Empowered Woman LLC, a private practice designed to provide a comprehensive platform for individuals to enhance their mental well-being, offer transformative trainings, and empowering events. Maria is not just a licensed mental health counselor, she's a catalyst for positive change, a devoted wife, an expectant mother, and a passionate advocate for empowerment. Thank you, Maria. Last but not, well, I have two more, really quick. Reverend Michael Calderon, he gave our invocation. He is a police, fire chaplain, and public safety operations manager, a mouthful, for the city of Lauderhill. In his current role, Chaplain Michael assists first responders and their families to navigate the sensitivities and challenges in being a first responder. Chaplain Michael also oversees victim services, providing guidance, counsel, and resources for all those in need of services. Chaplain Michael holds numerous certifications in the areas of mental health, peer support, addictions, victim advocacy, and chaplaincy. Chaplain Michael is a senior chaplain instructor and an area representative for the International Conference of Police Chaplains and a member of the Federation of Fire Chaplains. Chaplain Michael is a critical illness stress management team coordinator for Broward County. Chaplain Michael also serves as a chaplain for several law enforcement-based fraternal organizations. Overall, Chaplain Michael has served 36 years in public service. Thank you for your service. Last but not least on our panel, Khalil Hack is a highly experienced small business owner, mentor, and a fervent advocate for community and cyber awareness. With a distinguished 20-year career in global cybersecurity and leadership, holding over 40 certifications. Khalil has been instrumental in classified initiatives supporting various government, law enforcement, and organizational endeavors. His advanced security expertise has significantly contributed to thousands of investigations, including those involving human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault. As a founder of Take It Light LLC, a cybersecurity consulting firm, Khalil is devoted to creating diverse opportunities for businesses and individuals, sharing his wealth of knowledge with large corporations, small businesses, nonprofits, and individuals seeking personal growth. Emphasizing
genuine accountability, and empathy, Khalil believes in the universal bond of humanity driving positive change. Beyond his professional commitments, he actively promotes kindness, champions environmental causes, pursues continuous learning, and volunteers with a heartfelt dedication to improving both local and global communities. Thank you for your work. Okay. So I'm going to be super short. I have two survivors that are here in the room, and you can have conversations with them later on in the evening. Please stand, Diamond Wiggins and Dr. Kate Johnson. So Diamond flew in from Atlanta. She's a mompreneur. She's a single mom. She is an author, and she believes that it is her duty to share with others about her experiences as a survivor of domestic violence. Thank you for your passion and your focus. Dr. Johnson is a faculty member at Trinity International University. She's been there for over 23 years. She is also an author. She also owns what's your business name? I don't see it on here. Is it Living in Freedom and Empowerment Life? I'm just trying to take out the main points. And she has a table over here, so if you're interested in getting some counseling therapy services, please speak with her. Thank you again for your work, and thank you for being an advocate for change. So, we're done with all of that. So time to get into the fun stuff. So as we delve into the heart of tonight's symposium, it is crucial to understand the gravity of the topic before us. The issue we address today lies at the intersection of vulnerability and empowerment, of pain and healing. It's a topic that affects individuals, families, communities, and it transcends boundaries and leaves an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. So the importance of this discussion cannot be overstated. We need to continue shedding light on the complexities of interpersonal violence, specifically domestic violence. So we are exploring this today in an act of solidarity. We are coming together to explore this together, and we declare that we will not shy away from the uncomfortable truths that demand our attention. You declare that with me, right? Good. So we stand together. So, again, make sure your cell phones are off and silenced. And panelists, I will be asking you some questions. You have about 3 minutes to answer. You can choose. I will not ask you specifically. I'll ask the questions, and then whomever wants to start first, you decide amongst yourselves, and you can start speaking. Sounds good? Great. So, don't fight for the mic now. So DV, domestic violence, is a complex situation. Can any of you briefly share a real-life example of a scenario that you've encountered in your work and how you approached it? I mean, that would be you, Dr. Parker.
Okay. All right. Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? All right, so I think that one of the complications about domestic violence that we often have is how to help someone plan to leave and or what the choices are that they have when it's time to go. And one of the complexities around that is sometimes as folks, we want to follow an assigned plan for survivors. So we want them to leave, get a restraining order or a no contact order, move to their next step. I tell people all the time, if you've met one domestic abuse survivor, you've met exactly one. Because the way that we safety plan and the way that we work with survivors has to be unique to the person. And that's what makes it a complex situation, is that every person's situation is unique and they have challenges. And it's not for us to determine those what they necessarily should do. We're here to guide them, but to understand that everything is complex for them. Children make it complex. Where you live makes it complex. Socioeconomically, it makes it complex. So all of those things factor into the decisions that we make with survivors and that we ask them to make on behalf of themselves.
Thank you. Did you want to wait till they put their hand up and then you hit their mic? Okay, great. Yes, because of feedback. Okay, so let's do this. Raise your hand before you speak, and he will turn your mic on because we're having some feedback. Thank you. Next, can one of you speak about the importance of support networks? How do you believe we can strengthen and expand them for survivors in our community and or include the conversation about the victims? Okay.
I'm going to speak on support because this is a big deal for me. So when we see survivors come to the shelter, by the time they get to us, they've generally already tried to leave several times. The general consensus is 7 to 9 times. As family and friends work through this situation with them, they start to lose support because family and friends get frustrated. They don't understand the many layers of why someone would stay. The one thing that I tell folks all the time is, if you can be nothing, be a support. And as community members, domestic violence is a community problem. It's not a women's problem, a men's problem. It's a community problem, which is why we're here tonight. So it's important to stand behind those folks who need our support the most. So if you know someone, you support them. You support their decisions, even when it's a decision you don't like. You support them because they're going to need you someday when they're ready.
Yes.
One of the things we do in safe spaces in Miami is that as a form of support, we always approach the domestic violence victim as a situation where we let them make the decisions for themselves. So our philosophy is empowering them. For example, it's very crucial that when someone calls our hotline and you're developing a safety plan to support them because they know their situation best, that we arm them with the supportive tools to make the decision themselves rather than we telling them, you need to do this, this, and this. It's very important that you empower victims in the decision making and developing a safety plan.
Yeah, I just want to add, in terms of support networks, it's so crucial, whether you're a family member, you're a friend, you're a coworker, you're an advocate, anyone coming in contact with the victim and essentially, becoming a part of their support network, is that you not be judgmental. You cannot judge anyone going through pain that you are not going through. It's important to remember that, right? Everyone is going to deal with a situation differently based on their own inner strength, based on their determination, based on past history. I mean, there's a variety of factors that are going to affect someone in terms of how they handle a situation, including faith. But it's important that you be able to take a step back and always remain impartial and non-judgmental, because that is the thing that will shut down someone and make them feel alone and make them feel without support. So we have to be able to love them unconditionally so that they can take the necessary steps. But when the pain of where you are is greater than the fear of where you're going, you'll get up and go. They just have to get there.
Thank you. Dr. Carter, this question is for you. How can we encourage healthier communication patterns in our relationships to prevent an issue of domestic violence from escalating?
How you all doing? Good evening. Communication, most conflicts stem from some type of a miscommunication. But miscommunication is also centered around our identity and how we are perceiving ourselves in the conversation. Who do we think we are? What power you have in the conversation, in how decisions are going to be made based on that conversation. What emotions are you experiencing in that conversation? Most people, and I'm speaking more psychologically and sociologically, most people are responding in conversations often to past events, not your present event. The challenge then becomes, how can you center yourself in the present conversation? Now, what I mean by that is, the last time someone said a particular thing to you that might have been said to you when you were 15 years old, a child. It may have been something your parents have said. May have been something you heard in a past relationship. And what you're responding in the present to is something that happened in the past. So that begins to color how you have conversations. It also shapes how you define what respect is, right? Because connected to communication is how it's what you think is respect and how you're feeling disrespected in the conversation. But a lot of times that is so layered with culture and previous beliefs or your religious beliefs and your expectations from the other person. Learning to separate yourselves from all of those different emotions that's going on all at once, right? And being able to center the conversation around the person and within the conversation, you have to be taught that, right? Most people are not taught how to have healthy conversations. So that type of unpacking is what we have to first do before we can begin to enter more healthy conversations. So those are just a couple of things to think about.
Thank you. Anyone else wanted to chime in? Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, so just to piggyback on a little bit of what you said, communication, and I think about what does communication look like for each of us, right? Oh, I'm not close enough. Better? Okay, so what is communication? I think in order to increase that healthy communication, especially within our community, to prevent or to have more awareness on domestic violence is learning a little bit more about the differences between what is a healthy relationship, what does an unhealthy relationship look like, and what does an abusive relationship look like, right? Because I hear it all the time. I'm speaking with my young adults at a college level, and I'm like, okay, is this acceptable when you communicate with your partner? Name calling, is cursing, is this? And a lot of times they don't know that there's a fine line between I'm in an unhealthy relationship or I'm approaching an abusive relationship. So I think within the field, just understanding ourselves, what kind of relationship am I in or are my family members in? And I think as a community as well as understanding the language of communication when it comes to escalating in domestic violence is understanding what are our biases in communication. What are our own personal biases? What language are we using within our relationships, right? Are we communicating healthy as well? Because that also leads as an example, as a role of this is what I want, what I'm looking for in our relationship and our partnership. So, sweet and simple.
Thank you. Now, you touched on, we spoke about communication, we talked about types of relationships. What are the red flags that we should look out for in potentially abusive relationships? What are the signs of the fact that this relationship may not be one that is healthy and one I should not pursue past this moment?
So one of the things I enjoy teaching, having been a DV advocate myself and now working towards training and leadership, is my number one thing is, what are your boundaries in a relationship? So if I ask each and every one of you, when you start a dating relationship or even a home partnership with your family, right? Because domestic violence is also with family. What boundaries do you have in place? 1. 2, a red flag for me is, are you respecting my boundaries? Are you respecting the boundaries that I've set in place, right? And also that self-reflection of maybe I'm not having a person that's respecting my boundaries, right? Maybe I'm putting my guard down for the sake of another person, right? And again, I'll go back to my example of young relationships. You have to wake up at 7 in the morning to go to school, right? Is one of your boundaries, babe, I'm gonna go to sleep at 9 p.m. Please don't call me or text me after that time. And they're calling you at 11. Are you accepting that? Are you, answering that phone call and saying, I'm sorry? Are you changing who you are in that relationship? And so those are some of the red flags I like to point out, like, hey, remember you are you and your boundaries are important. So I like to focus on boundaries as my first red flag and understanding who we are in the relationship. Because if we change who we are, then that can lead to unhealthy and that can lead to losing what we call that power and control, right? Where somebody that is abusive will then gain control over that relationship.
I think sometimes, by the way, I'm just freezing, I'm so sorry. I think that sometimes, red flags are, domestic violence is cyclical in a lot of ways. And what we see in red flags can actually be pretty similar. One of those is the isolation that revolves around domestic violence. You've got someone who figures out how to isolate you. Long-term abusers, I tend to look at those who abuse on a spectrum, because I don't believe, to the point of where we were talking about earlier, where those who hurt. Part of the reason why abusers will hurt is based off a lot of things that happen to them, both men and women, right? We talk a lot about women, but I want to be honest that men are just as likely to get domestically abused, and the numbers of that is going up. It's now 1 in 4 men. How we socialize men has a lot to do with whether they report or not, and that's a conversation that I can't get into now because I will get on a soapbox and never get off. But I think that when it comes to how the red flags of that is, 1, are you isolated? 2, back to the idea of, are you respecting my boundaries? 3, how do you speak to me, right? How do you speak to me as a person? If you wouldn't talk to your dog the way you're talking to me, you shouldn't be speaking to me that way. There are many things that folks do to whittle away. A lot of times it's manipulation. Sometimes it happens from a standpoint of emotional abuse. Emotional and psychological abuse in the domestic violence is some of the worst that you can see. And I'm not taking away from physical violence, but the psychological rollback that has to happen when you've been a domestic abuse survivor, and that psychological abuse can take years to undo.
Just to add to what both of the panelists are saying, I wanted to include that during the COVID pandemic, one of the biggest red flags that we see when we assess victims of domestic violence and families was the use of the economic abuse. And that's another red flag that you need to look at in relationships. The economic abuse, like one of the cases that stand out in my mind that I handled was we actually had a victim that decided to seek emergency shelter, and the perpetrator was a law enforcement officer. And it took her 18 years to realize the fact that she was only allowed to do 3 dresses or 4 dresses for work or 2 for church, those kind of things, to realize, hey, I need to do an escape and a getaway. How could you all assist me? So one of the red flags for me that I wanted to include was the economic abuse, because it significantly came out during the COVID era when families were struggling. And we need to pay attention and provide awareness and education of 2 people involved in a relationship to compromise, and also that it's a way to resolve these issues by providing education rather than taking away someone's paycheck or dictating whether or not they can use it. So the red flag is, listen to your partner, listen to someone that you're in a relationship when they're dictating to you how to use your own paycheck.
Thank you. So let's continue in that vein and speak about first we'll speak about the types of domestic violence. So elder abuse, sibling abuse, you can go down that list. And then the forms that they abuse you through. So that's physical and emotional and so forth.
I think we'll split this one. So I think abuse is very long and illustrious. We talk about financial abuse, right? We talk about physical abuse, psychological abuse, emotional abuse, elder abuse, abuse of pets is a form of domestic violence when they use pets against you, abuse of the children. I think that there's a lot of factors that fall into the different types of abuse, and I will say that it's not, in most abusive situations, it's multitude of abuse. Very rarely do you only see physical abuse but no psychological. If there's financial abuse, there's physical abuse or some type of emotional abuse, because it takes control to get someone into a place where they will absolutely give up a part of themselves to stay safe. Right? It's not about them doing it because they it's a safety concern, and it doesn't start off that way. It start off as trying to meet someone at your relationship level, right? So this is what you want, so this is what I want, and then all of a sudden you're now taking more of what you want than what I want, and now the scales are tipped, right? And so that anything you can do to a person can be a form of abuse. And, to the point about the COVID, one of the scary things is we haven't stopped rising, folks. Like, this is part of the reason why this is so prevalent. We took a 22% increase over COVID, and it has gone up to 32%, and it just continues to rise. And that is a direct result of a lot of psychological, mental health issues, socioeconomic issues. We have a lot of things we have to recover from, and we've got to get a handle on that. But I think that to the point of the types, I think, unfortunately, it's endless.
Go ahead. Good evening. Cyberbullying on the digital side is humongous. There's a huge psychological and emotional aspect to it. You want to treat your cyber presence, with the same level of how you treat your reputation, your online. You want to make sure we see constantly people hacking into other folks' accounts, location services. When you check in online, sometimes your intent might be, hey, this is fun, but sometimes people might be watching you for the wrong, reasons. So always go with your gut, talk with somebody, ask questions. If somebody online does not want you to ask questions, it's a red flag and another reason to be aware and just protect your online accounts, multi-factor authentication and things like that.
And then to also add, part of the type of abuse that you normally see is the minimizing and blaming of the situation where the perpetrator, after an act of verbal abuse, would say, you make me do this. You are the cause of doing this. This is only going to happen one time. And then come back and bring the roses and making apologies. So the minimizing and also denying the incidents of abuse and putting the blame back on the victim is a serious other form of abuse. Yes.
I just want to add also that, domestic violence affects the entire family system. Regardless of who the identified victim is, it really affects the entire system. But if you grew up in a home where there was physical, verbal, emotional abuse, and you know nothing else, then you may not even know that you're a victim of domestic violence. And that's something that we have seen, where people didn't realize that they were a victim. They thought it was normal to be in a relationship and to have one person controlling the other person because they didn't know any better. Or that physical violence was okay if you didn't agree with each other. So when we look at this, it's also about educating. And I do believe that particularly since the COVID pandemic, yes, we have seen an increase in domestic violence, partially because people have spent more time together than ever before, right? A lot of people working from home. But also I do believe that there's also been more awareness and education about it. And we can't discount the fact that when you're educating people about domestic violence, you are going to see an increase in reporting because now they know that they're victims of domestic violence. So it's really looking at the entire system and looking at the different components of the system with criminal justice, the courts, law enforcement, women in distress, private providers, hospitals, everyone coming together and addressing it from a systemic approach, because you can't just fix what's going on in the home and not address other areas, right? And doctors can't be afraid to call the abuse hotline when they see a black and blue on a child or a black and blue on an adult. And notice I'm not mentioning gender, because there are males who are victims of domestic violence. We can't discount that. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we talked about some systems. We talked about the value of the church. We talked about the value of education. We talked a little bit about our law enforcement systems that are in place. So these are what we call social systems, right? We have the home, the family is our first system that we engage when we're born, and then we move into the school system, we find peers, and then we move into the workforce, and we have our churches and so forth. So these are systems that we move through our life. Can we speak to, and this might be controversial, can we speak to the failure of these systems?
Controversial.
Because sometimes no one wants to talk about the failure of the system, the church, the family, so forth. And if you want to, you can, okay, great. Let's have them, and then I'll have you come on up and join the conversation. Thank you. Actually, let me have you, because you haven't spoken yet. You guys wait?
She's going to use that
Did you
mic.
use this mic?
You're so kind.
So this is my area of the failure of the church. As a survivor, and just I'll give you a little bit about that. As a survivor, one of the first things I did is go to my church when I was experiencing domestic abuse. And I was told, be a better wife, be more submissive, do all the things you're supposed to do, and God hates divorce. And so I couldn't leave because of all those things, because I was a person of strong faith. People with strong faith stay longer because faith is I always have a hard time with that word, tied to our sense of identity. And so when the church fails us, which they often do because they don't understand the issue. They don't understand it is not about being submissive or more submissive. It's about power and control, and one person thinking they have the right to have power and control over another person. So, interesting when you talked about when we talk about it more, people come forward. The Methodist Church did a study in 2002. And they asked all of their pastors, how much domestic violence and child abuse is in your churches? And they said, none. We don't have this issue. It's a Christian place. We don't have this issue. Then they told all their pastors they had to give a sermon and talk about domestic violence and talk about sexual assault and talk about child abuse. And every one of those pastors came back afterward and said, oh my goodness, the people who came forward was amazing, because now it was safe to talk about. So that's one of the things that our organization does, is we educate the churches. Interestingly enough, I used to work at Women in Distress for a number of years, and they let me start a faith-based initiative at that time, and it was the first one at any domestic violence agency in Florida. So it was great, and people were saying, why haven't we talked about this before? We need to talk about it.
And that's Dr. Kate Johnson. I didn't ask him to stand earlier. Sorry. Panel.
I would like to add that my church told me the same thing. They told me to be a better husband. There is a scripture that said to become less so the other person can become more. I was told that it can't actually be what you're saying it is. And I wrote a book a few years back. The name of the book is Let's Get Married and Do Everything Except Make It Last. And yes, it's a good title. It's a good title. Okay. Thank you. And my father, who happens to also be a pastor, and I'm a co-pastor within our church as well. And he and I have an amazing relationship. So much, we've grown so much in the process. He apologized to me a couple years ago, and he said, you know, I'm sorry for the role that the church may have played in how your situation, you know, with my with my co-parent, former wife and whatnot. And I said to him, you know, I said, my main issue is that you didn't believe that it was as bad as I said it was. And he said, yeah, you're right, I didn't believe you. So that's what drives my passion, right, with working with men, whether it's through coaching. I used to, for 5 years in a row, we had a conference called the Empower Men Conference, looking at family and leadership and community activism and leadership. Because depending on what statistics, now this is pretty interesting to me, depending on what statistics and from where you read it, you'll find that there are statistics that indicate that men actually incur more domestic violence than women. Then you look at data, right? But what happens with the word domestic violence, I think the word violence itself tends to lend itself to thinking that it's more egregious, right? And so when we look at how sometimes domestic violence escalates, then you know the push is domestic violence, the jab, the mush in the face, the demand that we're going to talk about this right now and so you can't leave, and then, you know, only a real man doesn't have the conversation. You see how those things kind of roll into what we know. So there's this other side to how all of this plays out for both men and women, and it shows its face in different ways. And what it may look like for a woman may look slightly different for what it may look like from a man. So, but what tends to happen in the conversation surrounding men is it's often viewed as not domestic violence. The social narrative that a man should not hit a woman no matter what is a pathway to domestic violence for men. Because it's the idea that, well, if she hits him, that's okay. He should take it. A real man, quote unquote, is supposed to take it. So you do have these institutions that uphold these social norms across multiple institutions. I work as an educator with Broward County Public Schools before, and you know if a girl hits a boy in the classroom, right, or if there's any physical altercation, then that social norm of, well, you should not hit a girl back. And it's not that we're promoting hitting back. We're promoting balance, fairness, right, and what we refer to as equity, right? How about everybody keep their hands to themselves, right? And not one party doesn't feel empowered to do something because the social norm is that the other party is not supposed to do anything back to them. If we use that example in any other situation, we will cry foul play all day long. I mean, what is it, if it's okay for a white person to walk into a bank and to get money for free and the black person can't get it, we'll say, well, wait a minute, that's wrong. We should both have access to whatever it is. So whether we look at it along gender lines, racial lines, socioeconomic lines, you'll find that disparity and inequities happens across the board in all of our systems. So I think what we have to do is be courageous enough to have these type of conversations in those spaces in order to dismantle these structures. Because the same way we may look at patriarchal things, there is a matriarchal underbelly, right, that also has its grab for power in ways that men cannot grab for power, and there are ways in which men can grab for power or vie for power in which women cannot. It's all disruptive. I tend to say that the balance in our society is double standards. Double standards has become the equilibrium in our society. It's what women can do and what men can do, what men can do, what women can't do. And unfortunately, a lot of people abide by those particular rules, and all of those are abusive at the end of the day when you really do the math on it.
To add to
the failures of the system, I wanted to add that it has been like significant resistance within the domestic violence movement also across the state and US to embrace men like myself coming to work in domestic violence capacities, whether in emergency shelters, being advocates. I remember when I came on board, there were a lot of questions, especially being in a supervisor role of me as a male actually working in domestic violence. And also, there has been a resistance also to create emergency shelters for men as victims within all areas of domestic violence. It is very difficult for us to get male victims placed in domestic violence shelters, and also when the male victim decide I'm taking my children with me, there has been significant resistance to create emergency shelters where a male victim could say, I need a safe place to go. So that's part of the system failure. And also, thirdly, the available resources for male victims are just not there in comparable to female victims. Like one of the things that we occur in Miami-Dade County in the past was that when we have a male victim call in with severe injuries from their wife or their female counterpart, if it's a same-sex relationship, because that occurs also, so let's not forget about that. We will pick someone up from the hospital, but where the placement is, at a hotel. There are no supportive advocate and staff member there at that hotel for that victim, that male victim, like it is in the emergency shelter. And I could recall of 2 incidents where the injuries were severe. So in the morning, staff had to be driving back and forth to the hotel to provide the necessities like food, medical attention, and back and forth to the hospital, but you're dropping them back off. So that's something that the system really need to look at as we have an increase in male victims coming in seeking help, that we are failing them.
And then, no, we have time.
Okay.
We are on time, actually, so we're good.
Thank you. Sometimes within our support circles, assumptions can be failures or, associated with. And what I mean by that simply is just don't assume. If you have a support circle, any type, if you love anybody, care about them, never assume that the stronger, and I'm using air quotes, people try to put weight on, oh, this person is strong in our circle, they don't need to be checked in on. They don't have the possibility of having any type of thing going on. Don't assume when it comes to, that failure within your support circle. Always use that as an opportunity to check in on not only the people that you think are strong within your circle, but everybody. Yeah, and that's what I mean by don't assume.
Dr. Parker and then Chaplain.
So I just wanted to certify that what the gentlemen on the stage are saying is absolutely true. A little plug for WID, we do accept men, and we have a separate area for men, so we actually really believe in the holistic approach to, I know it's women in distress, we're changing to WID for that reason. I think that one of the things, and we were talking about this prior to even getting up here on stage, we were talking about how we socialize men to be the strongest part of us, right? You don't show emotion, emotion is a weakness. And that's how we get into this situation, but it flows to both sides of the aisle, right? So if men can't show emotion when they're upset, how do they release frustration in a situation where it gets tense? If they're not supposed to tell you they're sad, then how do they tell you and how do you accept that feedback? And then as a woman, transversely, I'm supposed to, I'm supposed to just not deal with your emotion, and I'm supposed to be the emotional person, and it's okay for me to dump all of this on you. So I think that we have a lot as a society we really need to work on as it relates to those environments. And I will tell you and back up what everyone has said is that Florida is shockingly behind on new innovation as it relates to domestic violence. Many of the things that we could be doing, we need to be doing, and it's part of the reason why we continue to kind of spin here, because we use a very old kind of methodology of how we view domestic violence, and how we view it is the man hurts women because of the patriarchy, and the women accept that because we're socialized to accept that. That's really kind of the way the movement started up. It started up actually with like an underground movement, and now that we're out here in the world trying to deal with this problem, we're trying to deal with it like this is the 1970s, 1980s. And we have not moved enough. We don't have enough research here in Florida, and I was explaining, we were talking about that earlier, and we don't position ourselves in order to really impact change, and we need to be more open to new suggestions and looking outside of the state in ways that have been successful in states that are doing really well with domestic violence, and what are those interventions and what do they look like?
I just want to mention in terms of some of the systemic failures, if you will, and yes, there have been failures on the side of clergy. There's been failures on the side of medical professionals. And a lot of it has to do with lack of training as well as ego. Those two things, right? Because no pastor wants it to get out that there are problems in the church or in the church family, because that pastor is going to feel like it's a reflection on them. But also, there is a lack of training, right? The seminaries aren't covering addictions and domestic violence the way they should, just like the medical schools are not covering domestic violence and addictions the way they should. There was a research study done many years ago. Father Martin Ashley talks about it in his video Chalk Talk, which is a very old video. I don't know if anyone here has seen it, but and he talks about addiction. And he mentions a research study that was done that had to do with emergency room physicians. And in that study, they found that every time an emergency room physician was assessing someone who presented with alcohol as part of their problem, they were never labeled an alcoholic if their drinking pattern was the same as the doctor's. And when you think about that piece and you bring it to modern day, right? And it could be a pastor, it could be a doctor, it could be a police officer, it could be anyone. If what they're seeing in front of them, an abusive situation, mirrors what they have at home or what they grew up with, well, then clearly it's not a problem. Because if they label it as a problem, then that means they have a problem. Right? So we have to really attack that and challenge our clergy, our professionals. There should be mandated training for them on specific topics, and there is not. There is not. And we see that all the time. Now, there are some local pastors that will call the local chaplains, because we're all clergy, but chaplains tend to be kind of different, right? Because we're generally not pastoring a church. We're dealing with people in crisis all the time. So I will get calls from local pastors who will say, I have a parishioner who has an alcohol abuse problem, and we don't know how to help them. And that's when some of the local chaplains can come in. But we don't get those calls enough, because clearly there's a lot more drinking going on, and there's a lot more abuse going on in the community. But we have to push for more training for everyone in the system.
Yeah.
It can't just be training for one group. It's got to be everyone, the social workers, case managers, everyone.
Yeah, for sure. And I wanted to, I know everyone gave their a lot of it, but I think as a mental health counselor and seeing not just survivors in my practice, but also people that have abused others in their relationships, just seeing both ends of the system, one of the most important things, and we touched upon it a lot, is re-victimization, right? Victim blaming. And so I think one of the most important reflections, because oftentimes I'll be sitting in front of somebody and I'm getting infuriated, not about their relationship, but more so how the systems treated them in that relationship, in either getting support or not getting support, in feeling heard, in feeling seen, in feeling valued. Oftentimes a lot of times we're well-intended within our systems and don't realize that we're re-victimizing the person, right? I can tell you how many times I've had a survivor tell me, I will never call law enforcement again because they made me feel like, and then they go back. Or I will never reach out to this agency again because they told me I need to leave my abuser, but I can't leave my abuser because I'm dependent on them for X, Y, and Z. And so part of that, going to, like you said, Michael, training, not just training on what is domestic violence and how can a survivor get resources, but I think opening it up to a bigger spectrum. Yes, we have survivors, but we also have people that are abusing for X or Y reason. Sometimes, like we mentioned earlier, you don't know what you don't know. How do I know I'm a survivor? How do I know I'm an abuser, right? No one's ever called me out, and I've sat with folks where I'm like, hey, you realize that that behavior that you're engaging is a red flag for abuse, right? Not just a red flag for being a victim, but also a red flag for abuse. So are we giving these educational trainings on, these are some red flags that indicate that you are engaging in behaviors that are controlling and that are taking away power from others. These are some behaviors that are re-victimizing folks in your system, right? The pastor saying, be a better wife. Like education, training, there's definitely a need for that, and holding folks accountable, whatever that looks like within the realm that you're in, right? Even amongst family and friends.
Thank you, panel. So Marie, I don't like you because you kind of jumped into my next line of questioning. I love you so much for that, actually. Don't like you, but I love you dearly. So we talked about the role of culture, societal attitudes, right? What steps can we take to challenge these harmful stereotypes? And Dr. Carter, you mentioned some of them, but in that same breath, how do we inform and educate others about trauma-informed help and survivor-centered therapy, right? The importance of that. And the other component of incorporating that cultural sensitivity in that process, because we understand that many cultures perpetuate these behaviors of domestic violence, right? So speak to that. Yes, speak to that.
Okay. Well, I know, right? When I'm first, I'm like, I don't have anything to say, but when I hear everyone else talk, I have a million things to say. So I think, you look at different layers. Culture is a big one, right? I've sat with folks, or I'm going to use my own example. I consider myself what's called a child survivor of domestic violence. I witnessed it. I saw the verbal abuse. I saw the physical abuse. I saw the financial abuse, but I didn't know what I didn't know. To me, that was a very normal part of my Colombian culture, because my aunts and uncles were dealing with the same thing. And no one ever knew what was going on in my life, because as a Latino culture, what happens at home stays at home. We don't talk to anybody else, right? And so I remember, and talking about social supports, having a law enforcement officer come talk to us. Remember the DARE program, drugs and alcohol? they had like a 2-minute sentence or speech about domestic violence. And for me, that was like, wait, what? Like, people aren't supposed to hit people in relationships? Yelling isn't a normal part of like communication. Like if I'm angry, I'm gonna yell, right? That's the norm. That's what I was taught. And so the same thing with the church, right? Well, my mom's cried for help and nothing's happened. And so in that, I was empowered as a child. I was probably 9 years old to then say, this is wrong. This isn't acceptable, because I didn't know that that was considered a crime, or that that was violence, or that was unacceptable, or what my mom was going through was not right, right? And so when I spoke up, meaning my dad's literally dragging my mom across the floor and she's bleeding, the whole shebang. And instead of hiding, I'm like, oh no, the police officer said I can call for help. So I went, called for help, the whole shebang. You know what happens, dad got arrested, mom, etc. The hard transition was, culturally speaking, my family members were like, what were you thinking? Why would you do that to your family? Your dad's the provider. Your dad's the one that pays the bills. Without him, now if he goes to jail, how are you gonna eat? And so we go to church, and then church, we're like, we need food. We need help to pay the rent, because my dad's in jail for committing this crime that I didn't even realize was a crime. And now I'm crying as a kid, regretting the decision to put him in jail, because now I'm like, now we're suffering more than the blacks and blues my mom was going through, right? And so going to church and then saying, okay, sure, we'll help you with some food, etc., but maybe drop the charges, right? Bring him back into the home. Let's pray about it. Let's talk about it. Let's build a community. Let's build this relationship. So having that narrative in my life, and then being a part of the community and understanding, okay, we all have a different narrative. We all have different cultural backgrounds. So I remember my training started at Women in Distress, and having to sit there and understand, okay, what is normal in your family, right? What we consider normal, and how can I help you? Because at the end of the day, that person that's in the relationship is the expert of their life. So, and that's what I mentioned earlier, we have to check our biases. As much as I want to yell, please leave, go to safety, do this, do that, file a restraining order, I have, so many resources. We can't. We have to really listen to what the person needs, what their culture allows them, right? And I think that was one of the questions mentioned earlier, is what is success in a relationship? And again, I'll use my narrative. Yes, law enforcement came. DCF, I don't think, was around because nobody talked to me at that time, but we had the conversation. My dad was held accountable. Somebody spoke to him about his behavior. Somebody spoke to him about his alcohol use. They didn't just point the finger. And then nowadays, my mom's empowered enough to know, not only am I a survivor, but I'm empowered to know when to say, stop, that's abusive. That's something that in our culture, we need to break those barriers and teach future generations. How do we break some of these behavior patterns that we see are as normal, but tend to be abusive? So, yeah.
The other thing is, you asked the question, and it is, how are we going to change this, right? What are we going to do? And I think this is the first step. I think it's having forums like these and normalizing this discussion so that it's not a stigma, it's not a secret, and everyone needs to be aware about it. And those that are part of the system also have to be held accountable, right? Because we do have to be accountable. But it is forums like these to get the information out, to educate people, because again, they may not know that they're in an abusive situation, because it may not meet the definition they know. So it's about educating people and giving them all the knowledge through experience, through survivors. No one can tell us about a situation better than someone who is a survivor, better than someone who has been through it, who has been through the pain. But we have a challenge here as a community. How are we going to do this? And again, I believe this is a first step. You know the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink, but you can make them thirsty. And if you make them thirsty, they're going to want to drink. So how do we make people thirsty? That's the message we need to get out. It is not okay if you see, a child or an adult being physically beaten, then you need to call 911. You can't just, put blinders on and say, oh, well, let me just walk this way and make believe I don't see that. We've seen enough violence on a national level. And let's not even talk about other countries where domestic violence, as we see it, is acceptable in those countries. And that's another challenge, too, because sometimes when people come to the United States from other countries, there is a certain norm that they bring with them. And it's okay to beat the child excessively, as we would say excessively, or to beat their spouse because their spouse didn't have their dinner ready on time. Those are the things that we need to break those barriers and educate people. That's not going to happen here. It may happen where you came from, but it's not happening here. And everybody here is responsible to make that change. I challenge each and every single one of you. You are responsible. I have counseled married couples in abusive situations, and I have counseled spouses who were in abusive situations. And yes, I am a clergy, but the God of my understanding would not want you to be in an abusive situation. And I have counseled people to leave a particular situation because of abuse. Because at the end of the day, I believe that is our responsibility. And you know what? If God's not happy with that, He'll let me know when I get there. But I have to do what I believe is right. And I think that's true for everyone, right? At the end of the day, we have to make those decisions, particularly when we're working with a victim. Thank you.
Diamond, you wanted to say something? She's the other survivor that came to the event. She'll come to the mic. She flew all the way in from Georgia to come be here with us tonight.
How y'all doing? So one of the things that's sticking out to me like a sore thumb is each one teach one, right? When we look at how much time we spend at work and even at school, the time that we spend away from our families, that is time that is important for us to learn these lessons, right? So it's important for us to get into the school systems, having a program or programs that are saturating the systems and teaching the children, because that is the future generation, right? Of course, we want to be able to be advocates or survivors or do our justice to make sure that we are able to make a change. But it's very important that, especially in the school systems, we get in and we have some type of programming so that they can learn. There's a lot that they're learning, but it's not about, even when we talk about finances or financial abuse, a piece of that is just knowing finances, and they don't teach that in school, So there's very, very serious conversations that are not being had, even though the children are spending about eight hours a day in school. That's a way to start. That's like sticking out to me tremendously is each one teach one, and the ways that we can find those dollars, if you will, that the government provides to be able to create the program that's necessary so we can make a difference.
Thank you for advocating for my work.
One question, because she made such a great point. Anyone in here since leaving high school, have you ever used geometry? Okay, maybe. Okay, all right.
Exactly.
Okay, just.
Not algebra.
Not
We do
algebra,
use
okay.
algebra all the time. We do. And Diamond, you also kind of, stole my next line of questioning. How can we create such programs in our community? How can we have these conversations in our communities and create allies, right? Allyship, as I mentioned, advocacy is the second tenet of my organization, and allyship is the third. We spoke about allyship earlier. Elvis Austin spoke about the fact that as a male going into the DV space, he was walking in as an ally, but he was pushed out or given resistance. We want people to join us in the fight, and I think that men, and you guys can speak to my commentary, men are some of our greatest allies in this space. How do we empower, how do we encourage, and how do we get more men in this space, one, to be allies, and two, to even share?
And I don't want to speak to being a man because that's not me. So, so what I will say about the prevention piece is we do actively work. A lot of the centers actively work and go after dollars. I want to explain kind of how dollars are broken out and how it kind of works. So we get $25,000 of my $2 million is supposed to be allocated to prevention. And I just want you to think about that for a minute. Out of the $2 million, and I'm a $12 million organization, so I'm just talking about the Department of Children and Families money that comes in. $25,000 is supposed to be allocated for prevention. So I have to go out and raise the money so that I can do the prevention work that needs to be done in this school system. And I'm sure that you can attribute to that too. Because it costs us over $1 million to do prevention. So we fundraise for those dollars, and we're very lucky in Broward that we have that. But it's not enough. And I will tell you that prevention is one of the places where Florida really, really gets it wrong. One of many, but it's one of the ways they really get it wrong. Because we can't build a foundation of change if we don't start with folks that are being impacted. And we go into the schools, and I don't talk to elementary school kids about domestic violence in the same way that I talk to adults, obviously, that's really silly. But we do talk about things like bullying behaviors, good relationships, and I don't mean like partner relationships, but being a good relationship and friend. And then as we get older with kids, we talk about dating violence, because here's some real reality, folks. Dating violence is, you think domestic violence is shooting through the roof, dating violence is off the charts. We see more and more young adults getting into relationships they are, one, completely unprepared for, and two, that are very volatile. And those are very difficult relationships because teenagers do not like coming to their parents and talking about how my boyfriend doesn't treat me nice, because chances are your parents have already seen anyway, because we're not stupid, right? So, but you don't want to be disconnected from that person, and your emotions are at a level in high school. If you think about where we started puberty at, right? Like back in the day, by the time, we were hitting puberty in college, kids now hit puberty in elementary school, and by the time they're in high school, they have the libido of someone that is like a college or a little adult, right? So you've got these hormones running through you with the emotions of someone that you're 13, 14, right? How do we navigate that? And we don't talk about it because we're so afraid of having conversations with our kids, because we don't want the school involved doing it, right? Because we want to be the one as parents, but most parents are not having these conversations, right? And that's how kids get into really bad situations. So when it comes to prevention, we need more dollars into the funnel. We need to take it very seriously. And we need to really start getting into kids when they're about elementary, junior high, because that's how we're gonna get ahead of it. That's how you stop generational trauma from happening, is you allow students and kids and folks to understand what that looks like. You can't stop, you don't know what you don't know, right? So I think that that's a huge component of what we need to be working on in all of our cities here. And now the men can.
In terms of the intervention and prevention, one of the things we do monthly, we have primary prevention that meets monthly. Every year we also conduct what you call a Teen Dating Violence Summit, and our collaboration is with Miami-Dade County School Board, and it's two-phase. You have the school-age children coming in at an early stage during that all-day workshop, and then you have breakout rooms where the professionals within the school board would have their own breakout rooms to identify teen dating violence, dynamics of domestic violence, to see the trauma and make appropriate referrals. Another part of the primary prevention is that there's a collaborative approach where we also go out to meet coaches in the sporting arena, where, because sports is seen as the aggressive type of thing, and as fathers, we want our kids to be the aggressive type in football, but we don't realize that there could be some additional consequences to that by perpetrating that violence thing on the field. So coaches are involved in a monthly call where these types of training are done with coaches on the primary prevention to identify and to make appropriate referrals so that the young sporting athletes, both male and females, know that there are boundaries and when the type of behavior is considered not appropriate. So these are some of the steps, because we have realized that statistically with trauma and domestic violence and learned behavior through the collaborative approach with Department of Children and Family under what you call a CPI program, the research are now showing that it's very important to, when the kids who encounter domestic violence within the homes or the witness it are experiencing it or seeing it, that we need to provide appropriate services. So one of the things we came up with is to have the collaborative approach with DCF, where we now have children and child advocates that actually now address these issues within the children. So for example, in emergency shelter in Miami-Dade County, the child advocate, when children come in the shelter, is completely different from the victim, the mother or the father themselves advocate. So they have specific training how to address these issues. And then what we did now is also change the assessment tools for the kids based on their age level, so that we can make appropriate referrals to therapy and psychological staff team to identify. And then we also changed the risk assessment for danger assessment to make it more appropriate for kids to include like drawings, painting, pictures, so that they can realize, hey, this was domestic violence within the home, so that we can make appropriate referral through our Children Advocate program.
So I know I gave you two questions, so we're going to return to the allyship question. So let me restate that. How do we engage men in the process of allyship? And the other part of it, I'm going to add the notion of the bystander effect is a powerful concept. How do we encourage people to step in and be supportive, even if it's uncomfortable? And let's also, I don't know if you guys remember, about 3 months ago, there was an issue of domestic violence occurring in Walmart. And this young man thought that he didn't want to just be a bystander. He stepped in and lost his life. So can we speak to, one, needing those allies, two, how can we be bystanders in a safe space or in a safe manner? No one wants to take?
One of the missing ally things since I've been working in domestic violence is that we need to collaborate with the court, the criminal justice system, as advocates. Why I said that is that earlier one of my colleagues raised a very good point. Most of the domestic violence shelters, correct me if I'm wrong, they do not provide services for perpetrators. They don't, and then what happened is this, the court may mandate that the perpetrator receive some type of batter's intervention, but on the other hand, most of our domestic violence shelters in the state of Florida don't have a batterers program, and as she mentioned, are not allowed to because of the funding sources. So what happened, you have that great missing piece when families, as you mentioned about the experience with your father, you mentioned that their children caught in the middle because of the IFP, the injunction for protection from the court, the restraining orders, so the father may be released and there are not attempt or proper services made for that perpetrator to come back in the home after receiving those type of services. So a good collaborative approach really should be with the court system, the criminal justice system, to ensure that some of these services are actually in place for perpetrators, because what happened, as you identified earlier with the 7 times victims go back, is they're actually going back to the perpetrator many, many times with the children who are exposed to it. So we need to ensure that we develop a very foundational ground that both the victim, like a restorative justice approach for the community and the whole, that most of that the perpetrators do receive services because they're fathers. And as you identified earlier, they themselves had experienced the same domestic violence within the home where they think that was the norm of a family, that I'm the head of the home, I can do this, I can do that. So this would be a good approach to help going forward in solving these issues.
So I just wanted to add a couple of things about the situation with the batters and victims. So the reason why centers are really not allowed to do that is also related to, we can't treat the batter and the victim at the same location. We're not allowed to have them. We can't do any type of family counseling. It's not allowed by statute. We're working on that. WID used to have a batters intervention program, and we're trying to wrap that service back around as long as we can wall off a little bit. But the model that batters intervention programs also use is very outdated. It's called the Duluth model in most cases, and it really does say that the reason why men batter is because of the patriarchy. And that the reason why, and then that, what does that do for women batters, right? So now I go to this training or this batters intervention. The other thing is, financially, it's very cumbersome when you give batters intervention as a relative. So all the things that the victim gets, most of those are free for victims, and they should be. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that if financially it's a hindrance for you to take the treatment that you need in order to be healthy, then how is that helping the batter and the family dynamic? And we do know that victims will often go back to the family because they want to try to make it work. So then what are we doing if we stick our head in the sand and pretend that that's not happening and we don't do the treatments that are necessary? So that goes back to, having a good support system and understanding and working with the criminal justice system on trying to fix some of those things.
This very big question you ask, and then I'll make sure that come to you next. Two things. Oh man, right? Because there's so many ways to answer this question, right? And I'm trying to bring it down to like a ground floor level. I deal with groups of people, right? And looking at things and how numbers and statistics work and whatnot. So looking at it from that level, we're in a tough spot, right? We're in a tough spot because we want men to be advocates, but then it's the whole notion of and speak in heterosexual relationships, right? But not to the exception of any other kind of relationship. But in that traditional sense, it's the idea of, well, a woman wants to get a man, and the man is supposed to provide and protect, but that protection also comes against other men. Right? So you see how so the psychology of that is daunting, right? So now you have to weed out, well, which man is going to protect me, and then who are the men who I need to be protected from, and that's tough, right? It's a tall ask. I think we can possibly get to some answers that works well for us as a community, is if we challenge what gender roles are supposed to be. The problem, I believe, is inherent in that. The concept of provision and protection for a man, almost by definition in our capitalistic country, is abusive to men. Probably have never even considered that before. And then, so now he has to provide and protect by any means necessary. Whether a man says that to you or not, I hope you all know that. Our way of thinking about provision and protection is by any means necessary, lawful or unlawful. Now, some men, am I wrong? No, you're not wrong. Okay, so now some men will say, well, I'm not going to go unlawful, but by any means necessary means, depending on how dire that situation becomes, I have to do what I have to do. Right. That idea means violence is on the table. That idea means frustration is on the table. And the moment something jerks at my identity, it goes back to what Dr. Parker said, well, where do I put that frustration? Where's a safe space for me to go? How do I vent? How do I move around this world and still be seen as a man in this very masculine, macho type of way, because I can't lose that identity. But a man typically can't lose that identity, because once he becomes soft to the view or perspective of another man, he is now vulnerable to other men. Do you see how complicated that is, though, right? And then we have to cohabitate together. And then you as a woman have to survive what you have to survive, because you may or may not like this comment, but sometimes I believe the biggest antagonist to a woman is another woman. And that is statistically stated. The cattiness that happens in the workplace does not happen from other men. So you have to survive that space as well. I'm sorry, did I hit a nerve there, our city manager? Okay, right? So you have to survive that space. And then you have to come home to a space where you have these gender roles of what is expected of you in terms of cooking and those domestic things, right? And then with the man, it's all flawed, really, it's flawed. And I think we are more understanding of how flawed this is, and it's not working, right? Which is this allows for this conversation. I think in order for us to get to some solutions, we have to be willing to challenge these social norms as to what it means to be a man and what it means to be a woman. And if we're willing to have that conversation and deconstruct it and rebuild it, I think we can come to better places of peace. Because a lot of the violence and a lot of the conflict that people are facing are really just their own internal conflict. It's their own identity conflict. Me trying to be a man in this world according to what the world or these structures have said it is to be a man, and how do I live up to that? And a woman doing the same thing, and then when we seem to fail or fall short in those spaces, then who are we? We don't know how to show up again, and now we're frustrated and we respond and we react. That's a big part of it, right? Now, you just have some people who are crazy and they need to be stopped. Let's just be real about that, right? Absolutely, and that's where you come in. They just need to be stopped. So we're not going to pretend that doesn't happen. But I think when we look on the bell curve, right, more people are just trying to figure it out and don't know how. And are we willing to have the conversation that empowers people to redefine who they are and who our relationship is? And I think that could really help in creating the type of allyship that we need.
I am all about egalitarianism. We've got to get rid of these gender roles that paint people into specific boxes. I hate, men need love, men need respect, women need love. No, we all need it all, right? It shouldn't be divided. Two things I wanted to talk about. One of the ways we get men into being allies is stop seeing them as the enemy. We tend to, when we've been victimized, we tend to see men as unsafe, right? But women can be just as unsafe, right? So we need to understand in a lot of times how to figure out safe people from unsafe people, not safe men from unsafe men, but safe people in our society. And then we can have those conversations about gender roles, or should we even have them, or can we all just get along? So I think that's a huge thing when it comes to figuring out how to get allies into the program. And then you talked about the bystander. How do we safely intervene? And that's a huge issue because you can put yourself in danger. One of the things I do, and it was really hard for my husband when we got married to get used to, was when I would see something going on, I would stop and I would watch and I would get out my phone. And if it started to escalate, 911, right? Because we have to be willing to take those steps safely because we don't want to be the one to get in there. But I will tell you a story. I was standing at a Walmart in line, and this guy was treating his wife horribly. He was belittling her. He was calling her names. The cashier was laughing at the whole thing. And inside I'm going, okay, what do I do? So I just made eye contact with her and I tried to show her support just through my eyes. And she looked at her husband and she said, "You better stop, she's watching." And he said, "Who's watching?" She said, "She is." He turns around, he looks at me, looks back at her, "She doesn't care what I say to you." "Excuse me, sir, are you talking about me?" And he said, "What?" I said, "Are you talking about me? Because if you're talking about me, I do care, and no one should be treated that way. I really wish you'd stop." So, did it make a difference in the long run? I don't know, but he did stop his behavior. The cashier stood up and stopped laughing, and maybe for the first time, she heard that she didn't deserve to be treated that way. But sometimes it's that much, and that makes a difference in someone's life.
Thank you, panelists. Last question, and I'm going to move the mic because I will not come back on the mic until the very end. I will be moving it to the center aisle for those of you that have audience questions. Last question, just can anyone speak to the issue, well, I think Chaplain, because you're law enforcement, speak to the issue, the challenges that law enforcement has when they try to help, and women in distress, you can speak to also, Dr. Parker, try to help individuals when they go to the homes. If there is an incident, they call, they do the 911 call, they come out, they separate them, jets get cooled, they start thinking about it because of the potential lack of resources and the things that you mentioned, Maria, and they decide, maybe not in that moment, but days later to drop the charges. And this cycle continues. Can you speak to that? And then after the panel finishes answering this question, audience, you can start lining up at the front to ask your questions.
We review all the reports of any domestic incident that occurs in the city. And we actually have a bulk of calls that are labeled domestic incidents because there's no arrest that's made and there's no visible signs of abuse, and quite often there's no one else to corroborate what has happened. But as a unit, in terms of victim services, we do reach out to anyone that has been mentioned in that report of a domestic incident. And they receive a letter with information, phone numbers, and resources. I would say, and you know, Chief, certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that one of the biggest challenges for an officer on the scene is when the victim does not corroborate what has allegedly occurred. And in many instances, they may have been the ones that called 911. But then when the police get there, they've had time to rethink, or the perpetrator has convinced them of their undying love. And there's no visible signs of any physical abuse. And sometimes the officers cannot determine, because of lack of eyewitnesses, they cannot determine if there's even a primary aggressor in that domestic incident. So again, no arrest is made, but it is documented, and we do follow up on those calls. And even, I think, there's no one here from the state attorney's office, but even on those cases where there are reports that are filed and packets are sent to the state attorney's office to consider prosecution, what happens is the victims quite often are uncooperative. They won't give a statement. They won't allow photos, et cetera. Chief, you want to add?
Let me just say, though, and based on what Reverend Kavanaugh was saying, there are some cases where we go out and it may be a verbal argument. There's no physical interaction that occurred, where they say they were yelling, went back and forth, and we got called, whether it was by them or a neighbor that heard it. We do that on an incident report. However, we do have cases where they say they were assaulted. There may not be any visible signs, like my skin is not, as light, and you may not see it, or it may not appear at that time. But we still have to take a report and an arrest. We take statements and we take photographs. 2 days later, that injury may happen. So you may not see it that day on the scene, but we're obligated. We're obligated to respond and act. If you say that you were assaulted, and I'm not picking on you, if you were assaulted and I don't see any visible signs, but you're telling me, you're giving me a statement, I'm going to take those photographs. If there are any witnesses, we're going to take their statements as well. But we're going to make that arrest. It would be a simple battery, or it could be an ag battery, depending on how serious it is. You may not want to prosecute, but it's not up to us or you to make that decision. We have to make an arrest because we can be held accountable if we don't. Sometimes victims, they do change their minds when they get to the state attorney's office, and that's where there's an issue. Is that case likely to be prosecuted because the victim is not cooperative? But as law enforcement, we are obligated. And I heard earlier there was a comment about police not doing. If you experience any incident where an officer does not take a report and just say, well, there's nothing I can do, make sure you call, because they're responsible. We can be held liable if we don't act. Okay, there are cases where they say, well, they may be afraid to act because the person's saying that it didn't occur, but they're held more liable if they don't act than not, taking a report. So please just make sure if you do experience that, or you know someone that is experiencing domestic, we have to come out and respond accordingly.
So along the same lines, women in distress, all of the domestic violence centers in Florida, there's 40 now, review every police report that comes into our office from every city for the entire county. So we review Lauderhill, we review the general BSO reports, and really what we're looking for is a couple things. We want to see whether or not we should be reaching out, but also we review for high lethality cases, because the increases of high lethality are very high, and we're trying to catch it before it gets to be a death. And there are markers of a high lethality case. This year, high lethality cases went up 66% across Broward County. And we review thousands and thousands of police reports. I think some of the challenges when it comes to folks not wanting to prosecute. There's a ton of reasons people don't want to prosecute. I think that sometimes folks learn the hard way about what that looks like, and I don't mean dying, but I'll give you an example of a case where this became an issue. We had a young lady who the batter had hurt his previous wife, had beaten her before. She went took out a restraining order, decided at the last minute to cancel it. He then hurt her 20 times worse than he did before, drug her through the house. It was a very bad case, and because of the fact that there had been a previous restraining order dropped, the best they could get him for was probation. And when her and I discussed the case, and this was a hard thing for her to think about, when her and I discussed the case, she just kept saying, had I done it before, because this is something that the attorney's office had said to her, had you stuck with the original and kept the thing in place, we wouldn't be here. He would be going to jail. And that was a heavy burden for her to wear, because she's like, I then got beaten again because I didn't keep the restraining order. That's a lot to put on someone, and you don't know, but one of the things I said to her is, it's important to always advocate for yourself, regardless of what that looks like. But it was a moment for her to realize that, man, if I had kept that restraining order, but she was afraid of him, right? So we want to tell the victim to keep, do the restraining order, do the stuff. But man, fear is a powerful and powerful thing. And if you can't overcome that fear, then you're not going to get the restraining order, right? But those are the moments that us as allies, that police officers, that county attorneys, everyone has to be very open with a survivor about all of the courses that could potentially happen. Sometimes you're still not going to get the outcome that you think would be best for them, but again, that's what I think is best for you, right? I don't know what's going to happen to you when you leave my office and go back into your house where this man knows where you live, and he may not get bonded for 20, chances are it's going to be a 24-hour bond. So he's going to be back out on the streets, and what are you going to do? And how do we help you? Maybe it's not feasible for you to come into shelter. Maybe you don't want to do that. So I think it's important that when we safety plan with survivors, we safety plan all the ways and all of the things that can happen. And we work with our police partners, and we work with the county attorney's office. We work with victim advocates. We work with everyone. And we circle the wagons. And sometimes that means the county attorney has to press charges regardless of what the victim wants. And that's something that the criminal justice system can help with. Right? So if it's a bad case, prosecute. It doesn't matter whether she doesn't want to give a statement. You have pictures, you have evidence. In this case, they had a whole video of this man dragging her through the house. So you have the stuff. But sometimes there's just too many factors. So I think that we just need to wrap all of our collective kind of thoughts around this and work collectively together to do everything we can possibly do to stop them from being injured, but also give them the autonomy to be able to make the decision informed with everything that's on the table.
Just very, very, very quickly, because I'm going to be real quick. I think we make marriage licenses too easy to get. I'm being serious. I think we need to have, before you get your marriage license, you need to have completed your domestic violence class. You need to have done your coaching. I'm just saying, if you go to some parenting classes, I'm so serious about that because they make divorce real hard though. Oh my God, it's a conspiracy. That's it.
One of the things I needed to add to my colleague comment from Women in Distress is that officers do an excellent job when they go to the home, whether or not an arrest is made, by leaving that domestic violence brochure. Many of you don't know, but a day or two after, we do receive a lot of calls from the victims. Why? Because the officers left that pamphlet so that the resources, something is planted in the mind that, hey, there's help out there. And when they do call, we give them that danger assessment plan, it's theirs, and pay attention. We are in South Florida. I'm going to give you a good example why a lot of the victims do not cooperate or call the police when they're in domestic violence situation. A lot of our victims have immigration issues. So if we do not apply the education in our community, they'll never know that if you're a victim of a domestic violence, that's Domestic Violence Chapter 39 of Florida statutes is in your favor. You can still get your residency status if you can provide that document. So it's very important that these type of forum and education are held, and I have to applaud officers because they always leave that brochure. So when they do call, and whether or not they're seeking shelter or they're going to leave, you have the outreach office that provides the victims when they call, both male and female, that hey, in your situation as an immigrant, you cannot be deported because that Chapter 39 DV statute protects you as a victim of domestic violence. So I want to say I applaud the officers for always leaving those DV pamphlets so that the victims could later get the services that they need.
So I want to take it one step back, right? Thank you guys for all of that. Having been in the world of women in distress and having the privilege of being I was a CPI consultant, so I was one of the positions that was a subject matter expert for Child Protection Services with BSO and going out to the homes and giving them guidance on what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, educating them on that aspect. So I want to take it a step back in the sense of the cases that you guys are referring to, right? The reports that you're reading, the victim advocates that are reaching out from these reports, from these phone calls, that accounts for 33% of people that are reporting abuse. So what's happening to the 67% of folks that are still sitting at home, either not knowing that they're in an abusive relationship or wondering, I'm not getting hit, so why would I call the cops, right? You can't get arrested for emotional abuse or financial abuse. So what are we doing in those situations? And I want to take it a step back in the sense of, the term we were talking about earlier, how do we become an ally, right? How do we help somebody in that situation? And this is something I learned having been in there and getting frustrated with, she didn't get she didn't get the restraining order, or, that child has to go to the abuser, and et cetera, and just that frustration of like, there's so much we need to do, but what else can we do? And I think one of the most important things we can do, whether it's for ourselves or somebody else, is documentation. I think we underestimate the power of documenting. And by documentation, it can be something as simple as, I'm sorry you went through this altercation with so-and-so. Have you called to make a police report? And police report doesn't mean educating people on that aspect. I had to learn that the hard way, being in my role at Women in Distress, was just because you follow a police report doesn't mean the person's going to jail. But you're documenting it, you're keeping track, you're adding a paper trail, right? Your child missed school. How many days did your child miss school because of an incident, because there was violence? Are the teachers documenting, hey, the child had this, or the mother came in or missed a parent-teacher conference? Are we documenting these things? Sometimes we notice things, and then we're just like, oh, okay, whatever, that's their business. And we forget that the power of documentation is so big, so that 33% that does get to them, and the time comes to let's take action because it's escalated to that point of physical aggression, we have substance to say, hey, I witnessed this person, I've witnessed that, let's help. This is what I can do to contribute to give them the help that they need that sometimes we don't know we can provide as family members, as friends, as staff members, as employees in different aspects. So that's my 2 cents. I know, question.
Yes, I have a question. I'm glad you said something about the documentation because it leads right into the question that I have. If you have had a restraining order for a number of years, there has not been any issues from the time that it's been given to you, but now you've received notice that you would like, the other party would like to have this wiped clean from their record. It is somewhat alarming because at this point it makes that person wonder why. And it's a tad bit unsettling because documentation needs to be there. So there is a big question mark. How should that be handled?
So I can probably imagine that the reason why the person wants it removed is because it's on their background and it's causing questions that uncomfortable questions they don't want to have to answer. My thought process is safety. And even though you haven't had any engagement with the person or that person hasn't engaged with you, that does not mean that the behavior has changed. And part of the reason why that person may not have any engagement with you is because there's something preventing them from doing so. And when that gets lifted, there's nothing preventing them from doing so. So what I advise survivors is if your long-term restraining order is now someone's petitioning to have it, I would gather the same documents that I took when I went down there the first time and express to the judge how fearful you are, that if this gets lifted, what will happen and what the behavior was that caused it in the first place. There's nothing protecting you once that gets lifted. And even though the batter may feel like they've gotten to a place where they don't need that restraining order, there's no harm in you having that. And that's for that person to kind of address how they need to address it with whomever they need to address it. But my advice is safety first always, and that there's no real reason to lift a long-term restraining order unless there's evidence to suggest that you should lift it. And at this point, just not talking to the person and them following the rule of the law is not really a good reason from my perspective.
Thank you.
This is amazing what you guys are doing. I know on your end it's a lot. I am coming from a medical point of view, and this is where I get to see what shows up. Don't really know how to pose my question because there's so many levels. In other words, we talk about maybe a family and one person in the family may have been abused. Maybe the mother and the children are watching. And I say that to say that the victim isn't the mother, the victim is the whole family. And the trauma, even if a person is silent, as a matter of fact, the silent children who are not speaking of what they're feeling or experiencing on the deeper and more tragic end of the abuse. And it shows up later, shows up in school, shows up in life, shows up as adults, shows up as co-workers, the ones in the workplace that's causing the isms, you know? And so basically, I've listened to the fact that there's really no inclusive, hold for the family. It's the victim. The abuser is on the outside and you just don't have the resources. I get that. But moving forward, this is 2023. We have to find a way to be more inclusive if it's financing and if it's a matter of getting the word out, maybe we need to do more of that. I honestly been in this country for over 30 years and didn't know what's available in this country as help. And even in the nursing background. So we need to do more of getting that word out, more of this, and maybe there's a lot of agendas that's bombarding the media, the whatever every day. Why not? Just throw it out there, let's keep it rolling. And the other reason why I think I want to talk about impact, the impact of the whole thing. The impact, like I say, is in the family. And then the impact is to people, the community. If you know your neighbor had this situation and the media, the police handled it a certain way, when your situation comes up, you are not going to call because look what happened to Sarah and their family. They ruined the whole thing. And Dr. Carter, my last comment, Dr. Carter mentioned about one of the crux of the matter is gender, identity, right? The trend now is the erosion of gender identity. So where does that leave us all? Are we moving forward or backwards? And I am just really torn in the middle of all this Because like I said, they just keep showing up at the door, you know, wounded, and it's just a lot. So.
You just want to respond to clarify. You know, I talked about gender roles, which is different from gender identity, and
Yes.
yeah, and yeah, that's an important distinction to just to clarify. But your point is well taken. So thank you.
Hi, yeah, my name is Kim Shell, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and I'm here with a couple of my other volunteers tonight. And one of the things that we do is we work with community-based partners like Unmute Yourself and other organizations to disrupt the systemic causes of gun violence in the community. And so my question or my comment is I would love to get your feedback about resources in the way of 988. There was the call center. There was a lot of conversation about police law enforcement response, and I am also a citizen of Lauderhill. I've lived here for 30 years, so my interest is to know how is it publicized when someone is in a situation? Is it on the city website? Is it on the police department website? How people can get help by calling 988 instead of calling 911? Because as we discussed, there are certain requirements by law enforcement that they have to act in a certain way when they go out to the home. But sometimes someone who might be a batterer or a perpetrator realizes they need help, and that's a situation where they don't want to call 911. They might need to call someone else. But they don't, if they don't know it's there, how can they access it? And the other comment I have is around risk protection orders. And there wasn't any discussion that I heard about a possible threat with lethal means, say a weapon is involved in the domestic violence or something like that. But I imagine that certainly could be a circumstance here in our community. And how is it publicized or advertised that the process for getting a risk protection order for someone who may be in a situation where they, I don't know, maybe.
On the digital cyber side, there's the National Cybersecurity Alliance. There's also a National Cyberbullying Hotline. It is a free 24/7 hotline. Just Google cyberbullying hotline, and the number will come up. They're free, and they have tons of resources. I will say, on the side of global jurisdiction, if something happens, you know, here in Lauderhill, I call the chief. She'll help us out. But what if the person is somewhere else committing a crime globally when it's locally here? Still, you know, reach out to those hotlines. You know, talk with the local police. As a citizen, you do have a right to fill out a police report, even if there isn't an actual policy or procedure to take care of it. Filing that report will uptick the statistic enough you know, if we have enough people not just closing the window and thinking it doesn't happen because the damage still happened, to follow that through, use those hotlines, report it, make sure the statistic gets counted so that the right people get it, at least on the digital side.
And also just to piggyback on that in terms of your earlier questions, all our personnel have been made aware of the 988 hotline, and we have shared it when we speak to victims. It's going to be in our updated Victim and Witness Handbook when it goes through its next revision. We provide a Victim and Witness Handbook to all victims of crime, and they're available in English, Spanish, and Creole with a bunch of resources. We also work very closely with Mental Health America, which we're very fortunate is located in the city of Lauderhill at 7145 West Oakland Park. And there's a lot of mental health resources available there as well. So we also promote contacting them for non-emergency mental health assistance and resources. Also, if you don't know, for those here that are residents of Broward County, Mental Health America also has a loss team, which is specifically for suicide survivors. and they respond as well. So there's been a lot done here on the city level to promote awareness in terms of mental health, not only externally with our residents, but internally with the police department and fire rescue. We actually have personnel that have been trained in peer support to help one another for our first responders. So we have peer support both on the police side and the fire side, as well as critical incident stress debriefings.
Thank you. I think I can speak to the restraining order issue as it relates to guns. There is a statute built into the system. So if a survivor feels that that the perpetrator has a weapon and that could be potentially used against her, the judge can order that weapon to be removed from the house and held. I will say my experience with that has not been very positive, in that there have been more times than not that the confusion about your rights to be a gun owner in certain areas often clashes with the domestic violence laws. In fact, there was a case in Polk County, and some folks might remember this, where a young lady went and she was a domestic abuse survivor. She knew there were guns in the house. She was very much in fear for her life, so she broke into the house and stole the guns, and then she was consequently charged. I happened to be working in Lakeland at that time, and the police chief from the city called me and said, because it blew up, right? People were protesting, and they were like, what did we do? And I was like, I maybe not have charged her. Like, I might have come up with something else, but I also understand she did commit a crime, right? But that fear was so palpable. And we need to really hold to that standard, because there's no harm in me taking your weapon for a period of time. We're not talking about the rest of your life. We're talking about right now in this moment where you are a safety concern. And I think that this is something that is going to take a lot more advocacy to your organization, and a lot more outspokenness to really for folks to understand the danger is real. And I just want to say that when we have a death in Broward County as a result of domestic violence, one of the first things I look at and work with between us and Yvonne, who was the Miami-Dade person, is to look at whether that person ever touched us, and 100% of the time they've never touched us. So that tells me we have a lot of work to do.
Of the gun is that also always advise the victims or the survivors that before they file a restraining order, go to the domestic violence shelter or seek help from an advocate, because when they assist you with filing to get the IFP, the restraining order, injunction for protection, and our danger assessment, there is a question that throws the score up very highly. The question is, do the perpetrator has a weapon, and what kind of weapon? And the answer is yes, the lethality level goes up. So that document is attached to the documents to present to the judge for a restraining order. And that most of the time helps to get that restraining order.
One, two. Well, good evening. It's good to be here. This is rather informative and educational. My name is John T. Hudson. I'm a broadcaster, radio broadcaster, also a commissioner candidate to the city of Lauderhill. I might add to that too that I'm a former police detective, and this is dear to me, where domestic violence is concerned. Before I continue, I want to commend the city manager and the police chief for the job they have been doing, because I understand there's a reduction in domestic violence, if I was hearing correctly. Trend, okay, still commendable. The chaplain earlier on, let's deal with the root cause and the preventative measure. It was rather interesting that the gentleman beside the chaplain mentioned about divorce and how his parents they were not in agreement with the divorce, because no, this is not the right thing to do. But how do we deal with that? And to the chaplain and to the teachers, is there a way that we could prepare people who are in a relationship before they get to that stage, because preparation is key. You have to know that you're prepared to go further in a relationship to avoid this kind of domestic violence. And this starts from the high school. I'm just wondering if it could be a part of the high school curriculum. It's too early to put that in their curriculum, to prepare young people to go in a relationship. As a chaplain, what's your recommendation where that is concerned? And to a teacher, what is the teaching system to avoid domestic violence?
Well, I think, first of all, in terms of interpersonal communication skills, I think should be paramount for high school students. I think if we talk about relationships, that's a very slippery slope when it comes to, high schools and middle schools. But I think if we talk about interpersonal communication, then that's something that can appropriately be included, right? To also talk about dating abuse and domestic abuse and domestic violence, which, there are programs now that do cover it, but not in the detail that I'd love to see. The other thing is in terms of marriage preparation, you mentioned that. So currently in the state of Florida, it's an optional piece to have 4 hours of premarital preparation. It's not required. It's only required if you want to waive the 3-day waiting period. And 4 hours is really not even enough. The other thing that's required reading is something called the Family Law Handbook. The Family Law Handbook hasn't been updated in probably 20 years. And it's pretty depressing to read the Family Law Handbook because all it covers really is divorce, it covers child custody, and things along those lines. It doesn't really cover resources for having a successful marriage. So when you spoke earlier about saying that it was easier to get married than it was to get divorced, you were 100% correct. Because the requirements are not there in terms of being fully prepared for marriage, or even being fully prepared to be in any type of relationship. I'll tell you, anytime I officiate a wedding, those couples have to go through premarital preparation with me. But, it's not required by law. And we strongly encourage it, but we can't mandate it.
There's something you alluded to earlier on, which is very, very important, where immigration problems, a lot of advantages are taken into consideration. Somebody comes to this country, is into a domestic abuse, but he or she is scared because you don't want to be deported. Apart from the fact their economic situation, but the immigration thing is very, very, very well known in the community, especially in Lauderhill, to know that. Yeah. So it was good that you brought it up. Yes.
From an education standpoint, I know that Broward County Public Schools does provide some level of education to students about dating violence. How much of it we would like to see, is another conversation. But part of at the beginning of every school year, part of the requirement are for students to watch a particular video. We also have social emotional learning handbooks and education that happens where, and it's going to look different at every school, but that social emotional learning component is where counselors or a particular teacher is engaging students in particular conversations about relationships, about feelings, about understanding themselves, and about their ways of communicating as well. That does happen within Broward County Public Schools. Again, it's going to look different at every school, but there are some mandatory videos that every student is supposed to take. Teachers also have, we are supposed to, we're mandated reporters as well of abuse. So if we have to take a particular certification on an annual basis as well.
No, thank you so much.
I just want to say, with With our hotline and mentoring program, a couple of things we come across that's been successful is we start with two things, accountability and empathy. We start with a definition of that. We find it's very well embraced. We also find a lot of people don't necessarily truly know what it means, what it embodies. So I would say we start with those two things, accountability and empathy, and it yields positive results.
Thank you.
To say I work with an organization in Miami-Dade County, Hope for Miami, and I'm a consultant for them on issues of dating violence, domestic violence, and all of that. They have a program that they do in the high schools, which is called Relationship Smarts. And it's a 13-week program, and it talks about interpersonal communication, all of those things, as well as dating violence. And you should get their statistics on the success of the program. They have had, I think their grant, they're supposed to see 800 students per year. 75% of them leave abusive relationships. So that's when you're going to make a difference. And the only thing I want to say about, and I totally agree with you, about marriage, yes, the state says we'll reduce the fee for the marriage license if you get premarital counseling, but they don't want to pay the cost of the premarital counseling because it's not cost effective in reducing the marriage license fee. So something's wrong there.
Hi. So my name is Debbie Shear Marcus, and I'm saying that out loud because for the first time in 10 years, this is the safest that I've ever felt. I'm a survivor of domestic violence and sex trafficking from my husband of 22 years. It happened after 18 years of being married because it looked like an exemplary marriage because I made it one. I didn't know what I didn't know. And it wasn't until I walked into the doors of Women Distress and I felt safe. And she told me, you're a victim of domestic violence. And I said, no, I'm not. Because I was told by my husband, whom I loved and adored with all of my heart, and my two special needs children, that I wanted it. And with all the coercion and all the drugs and everything else, and no was not an option, and all of the friends and all of the groups and everyone else that took advantage of the situation and the one person who would walk into the party with a freshly baked plate of cookies, because that's what you do at a house party, but that's not what the plan was. And nobody teaches that, except I do now. I've been doing it for 5 months with an alias, with podcasts, and I don't show my face. And this is the first time that I'm showing my face. And I'm going to tell you and say it right now to all of you, that if anything happens to me, because he's out there, and he is in contempt of court for financial abuse, and yelling at a judge last week, and there are some things in his home that shouldn't be in his home. And when I told the police that there were drugs and guns in a safe, along with my two children after I had left 4 years ago this month, and DCF went, they didn't look anywhere that I had told them to look. There was a safe in his bedroom with drugs to sell and 3 guns, and my children sitting at the kitchen table. And I had no control over that, and that needs to change. And that's why I will put myself at risk and make myself known, because that is going to change. So becoming an accepted volunteer, Women in Distress, as of last week, and NAMI and all of that, I'm going to use my voice because we do need to unmute ourselves. We need to stop the silence, because even with support, everyone's got a story now. I'm a healthcare worker. Everyone's grinding their teeth. Everyone's got something going on. You know, I see it in my dental chair, bruises on the side of the neck. I've seen it with 5-year-olds grinding their teeth because they're getting bullied at school. So the support could be there, but it's whose trauma is worse. And that needs to stop too. I didn't know the words human trafficking, sex trafficking, until I told a friend of mine, a male friend. And he's like, Dad, that's not normal. So what do you mean? It was a party, he wanted to have fun. Drugs are in the left pocket, I was in his right pocket, I didn't know. But I didn't label it because he had brainwashed me enough to say, you wanted that. And there are pictures and videos. And I have been threatened with those, and I'm saying it out loud in public, and I want it on record. I'm in charge of the narrative now. I didn't want that. No mother, no woman, no mother of 2 special needs kids, nobody wants that. And no man should get away with it. No woman should get away with it either, you're absolutely right. It's a double standard. So I stand here with you, and I applaud you. You know, and I'm going to be part of the change. I'm changing my career. I'm going back to school, and it's going to stop. It's going to stop. I use my social media platform for this now, in addition to the fun stuff, but mostly this. And I'm going to be honest. Those are the posts that get the least likes, and I realize that, but I don't knock it down. I leave it up there. Because even if one person sees it, that's one person. The abuse that I've suffered and the changes I've made in my family has affected 4 generations. You talk about the family system, it has affected, my parents are in their 80s and my father has to hear about this. He's still working as a dental professional and he works 12 hours a day. And he has to hear about the stories. He says, what are you talking about? The things that happened to me. That to his daughter, his youngest daughter, is affected 4 generations, and that needs to end. So thank you. I know I went on and on and on, but I appreciate all of you. But I just want to say thank you for making this happen, and for making me feel safe. I appreciate all of that. Thank you.
Crossed my mind with everything. I don't know if counseling can be mandated, right? Because we all need it. We all come from some shape, form, or fashion of trauma. Some shape, form, or fashion of abuse. I don't think anybody should walk in clear in a healthy household, to be honest. So I do want to know if counseling is able to be mandated. If that's something that can be. You can't hear me? Okay. I just don't want to hold it while I talk. If counseling can be mandated, right? Because we all need it. Something else that came to mind is when we're sitting here and we're making or having to file these police reports, is it a way to have it where it can be shared with the church, the schools, the jobs, after-school programs, and family, right? Because as a whole, we need to be able to tackle the issue together. And if my best friend is the only person that knows and my mom doesn't, that can be a problem, right? If he's popping up and my grandfather and him, in real situation, are now friends, I have an issue at hand because now he feels like he can come to my grandfather's house whenever he chooses to. So can those reports be shared with the collective? I know we talked about the police getting involved. I actually have, my situation, I did call the police several times because I got tired of not saying anything and not doing anything. And I realized that not saying anything was only setting the stage to make him think that what he was doing was okay. I am a individual that suffered from both the physical, mental, emotional, and sexual abuse. So that, you know, when you don't say anything, you are setting the stage to make them feel like it's okay and that they can do it. Like, okay, you have no power. I'm taking away your power and you're weak and you're gonna remain weak. And then with the police being involved, I guess it being a thing of calling the police for me, myself, like they have something called Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, so I learned through counseling that that's what I was battling with, okay? When I would call the police, it wasn't because I wanted him to be hurt or for them to criminalize him or, you know, for anything else to be added to his record, but I do feel like there is a need for him to get some type of help. And I have a daughter by him now. So now it's like, okay, my daughter may end up seeing him abuse other women or hear him talking to other women crazy or whatever. And that's a concern, right? So even in the midst of calling the police, not calling the police to be a weapon, but calling the police to say, hey, okay, because I am calling, because there is a domestic violence scenario going on, can we get some help? Like, where's the help that's coming besides him going to jail and being put on probation? So those were a couple of the things that I thought about while we were having the conversation. And then collaboration of the organizations. I know you mentioned there's only $25,000 that you get for preventive services. Absolutely.
Because you threw out a bunch of questions, so let us address some of them before we forget what they are. All right?
Yeah, because we're old. We got old head syndrome, and I can only store something for so long before I know she's got notes over here. I'm like, so one, the first thing about mandating counseling, are you talking about for survivors?
Just counseling for everybody.
So I want to say one, I would never mandate anything for a survivor because that's not empowerment based, right? So we put so much on survivors, abusers put so much on survivors they have to do. Right. So that's the reason we don't mandate anything. We strongly encourage, we leave it available. We have both, we have therapy for children. We start assessing children at birth, right? For any type of stressors that because kids do show that stuff, right? So we encourage it, but I'm never gonna mandate you to take counseling. And legally, if you are mandated to take counseling, it doesn't work. Like I can't, if you put a batter in a situation where he has to take counseling, chances are it's not going to work because he's not there because he wants to be there. He's there because the system tells him there. The other thing about the police reports. So, one, we have a really hard time getting police reports that are not redacted due to Marcy's Law, right? So Marcy's Law was a law that came in here in 2019, 2018, Chief, 2018. So we had a really robust victims' rights law anyway, and then we had a group of folks that came in here from Marcy's Law and to be honest, legislators did not anticipate how this law would impact. Right. Each kind of county/city police department kind of has a legal department, and that legal department tells them how much they can give out on that police report now based on Marcy's Law, because there's a confidentiality that goes into one. Two, you don't want your police report being sent out, and people don't want their business out in the streets like that. Like, first of all, you don't know what people's families or pastors or friends are gonna do if they get a police report showing that their child is being abused, their wife is being abused, their daughter, their friend, that type of, that can turn into a couple of different things. One, it can turn into vigilante justice, which we never want to happen. Two, it could put those people at risk because if the batter is really a bad guy, or a bad girl, and they're just really, really intense, and they'll kill someone, they'll kill your family too. And in some cases, they'll kill the family members because of you. Right. So if you start sending out police reports, that puts more people at danger than what you originally have, just yourself. And I understand why you feel that way because I think there's this inherent thing that You want people to know what's going on, but you don't want to be the one to tell them what's going on, and you don't always, you want a support system, right? And also there's this idea that I really have been harmed, right? But I think that sometimes in the interest, and this is something that we've done over time, sometimes in the interest of trying to help, we create systems where we actually put people in more danger. And so just on those two levels, legally, we don't get unredacted from some cities. We don't even get unredacted police reports because of Marcy's law. But it's really dependent upon the city, how their legal department interprets the law, and then how well we work with the police department, right? So sometimes you can get that stuff off, but it's more like, it's a complicated legal precedent to try to send all of that information out. And for as much as I would want, I'm a survivor, by the way. Most of us who do this work have been a survivor at some level. I would not have felt comfortable with my mom getting my police report. He probably would have came for her, right? If he knew she knew. So I think that's something we always have to consider. But I want survivors to feel empowered to make their decisions. You want to go to counseling? Let's open up the rules. Let's get you counseling. You want to move to Alaska and start a new job and live in the cold and darkness? Okay, I mean, I may not get it, but let's get you there, right? So that's what our role is. Our role is to shore you up and to walk the path with you, not take you and not us direct you, because I don't know your situation. I don't know her situation. I know what she just told us. I don't know her situation, and no one knows mine. So I think we have to be careful not to input rules on people or put things on people that they haven't given access to or consent to, because then sometimes we can become the batter and the power and control dynamic without intending to. But I understand why you're saying that, and I'll let him talk about the other stuff.
Yeah, me either. But I do want to mention in terms of, because I don't know if part of your question had to do with mandating batterers. So on the criminal side, usually during pretrial intervention and even as a criminal justice case proceeds, generally the judge will issue a no-contact order, which is very similar to a restraining order, also known as an injunction for protection. And they will generally mandate some kind of counseling, an assessment and counseling for the batterer, okay? Now, I do want to make a distinction here that a no-contact order is on the criminal side. So if that case is resolved and disposed of, either whether it's probation or some dismissal because he completed or she completed counseling, that no contact order then ceases once that case is disposed of. That no contact order is no longer in effect. A injunction order for protection, also known as a restraining order, is a civil procedure. And there are generally three different types or three different outcomes, if you will, when you apply for one. Number one, if the judge is not sure whether or not the order should be issued, they will generally order a hearing within 15 days, okay, and determine that. So that's one thing that happens. The second one is you present your information. The batterer has an opportunity to present their information. And by the way, whether it's criminal or civil, you have the right to also have a victim advocate with you pursuant to Florida Statute 960, okay? So that's someone that can be there with you to be supportive. The injunction for protection may have an expiration date. So the judge may say it's going to be for a period of 12 months. Could be 6 months, could be 9 months. So that's another type of injunction. The final one is more like what we refer to as a permanent injunction. and that says until further order of the court. So that means that restraining order is in effect until the judge changes it. So that can be in perpetuity. So I just want to make that clear in terms of a no contact order, which is on the criminal side, but that ends once the case is disposed of, versus an injunction for protection. So that's why we always recommend and suggest that if you have called the police and there is a criminal case pending, that you also, if you're in fear for your safety, that you also, in addition to that criminal case, that you apply for an injunction order on the civil side. So that once that criminal case goes away, you don't have to worry because now you already have the injunction order in place. Does that make sense? Okay.
So I know you were saying so do you mind if I take like 3 minutes?
I can tell you on the educational piece, Planned Parenthood has a.
Maybe quickly. No, I was telling him to come to get the question, but go ahead. Finish your thought.
Someone had asked, I think you had asked actually, Planned Parenthood has an incredible peer education program. My daughter is in it and was in it, where they go into schools and they speak at all different functions, where the high schoolers teach other students about sex education, relationships, all of that. They do a fantastic job. So that is out in the public school system through Planned Parenthood, and it's phenomenal. Really, really is helping. So to answer your question about that.
Thank you. No, fine. Thank you for that information, because someone else might need it. Fabian, really quick, because we're going to wrap up. We are past our time, so don't make the question too hard, please.
Okay, I just want to thank you, Dr. Jeanette, for this great event here and for this great panel. I had a real quick question we touched on earlier, and that was the relationship between the church, mental health, and domestic violence. I think the church can do a whole lot more. There seems to be some kind of resistance there with the two forces at times. The church can be a better ally, and I'd like to know on your behalf what can be done to kind of forge this relationship into a great alliance. And that's my question.
One of the things that we did in Miami, we developed what you call a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with faith-based leaders. That's how we got it done. So what we did is we brought religious leaders from all different denominations and grouped them together and say, hey, this is a problem. How can we help you? And help your members and your audience within your individual churches. And then we form what you call a faith-based leadership domestic violence initiative. So it's working well now, so that every year we actually have a faith-based domestic violence symposium in Miami-Dade to provide the information and bring awareness to domestic violence to pastors and leaders in our community. And then we also host what you call Violence Prevention Initiative, with just all men and boys from schools and within the community and different male organizations, and we include the faith-based leadership in that actual annual Men Against Violence initiative. So it's working, and they do support that annual symposium that we have with faith-based leadership.
Mention more during the regular Sunday service, for it to be a regular thing instead of just a yearly thing, to be a part of the regular Sunday service.
I can tell you one experience I had. I actually was asked to do a presentation on domestic violence at a church in Miami Gardens, And when I got there the Saturday morning, it's annual, every once a month men's fellowship on a Saturday morning. And the pastor had requested, and it was not well received. They resisted it. I was very disappointed, honestly speaking. It was not well received, and it was a congregation of all men, because they thought that the pastor would bring in someone in his ideas to tell them how to run their home. That's what I got from it. So you raised a good question.
Just real quick on that one. Just real quick. Real quick, I swear, if you won't know until you ask. So being a member of a church myself, and also having a mental health agency, if you were to ask in the church, anyone here that knows about domestic violence, that would like education, that can provide us with education, that wants a table at his church service, you never know who's going to say, yes, I'll be there, right? Just like we're here today. So you never know until you ask. That's it.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, you know, that's a big global desire, right? To get a bunch of churches together to kind of be on the same page. We haven't been able to do that from the beginning of time. But it starts piece by piece, right? So I can only tell you what we do here locally in Lauderhill, and that is we have a clergy community meeting that we do with all of the local clergy. And we also cover different topics, such as domestic violence, such as victim services, such as different resources that are available to the pastors and their memberships. I can't tell them what to preach on Sunday, but I certainly hope that they distribute the information that we give them. We just had a faith-based meeting two weeks ago in Lauderhill, you know, and we were talking about topics of violence and everything. We also have the Lauderhill Health and Prosperity Partnership as well, which has done a lot in the community and includes faith-based partners.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you, good question.
You're gonna get me in trouble with the city manager. She is the boss of the city. We can talk afterwards. We can wrap it up and then you can come back and you can add. Okay, great. So I would love to wrap up this evening. I had a beautiful concluding speech. I am not going to do it, but what I'm going to do is admonish you to not just take what you learned tonight and apply it to your life. Apply it in your families, apply it in your communities, share it to others. Our theme this evening was break the silence and end domestic violence. B is believe. Believe someone when they tell you that they're going through something. Believe them when they say that they think they're being abused in their relationship. Believe that they need help. Remind them that you're there and help them restore the value in themselves. E, educate yourself so that you can empower others. A, amplify the voices of those around you and be an advocate for them too. K, kindle the interest in these topics in our communities, in our conversations. Instead of sitting and talking about what the Kardashians are doing, let's talk about what we can do in our community, right? So that's what I want to leave you with. Thank you so much. If you registered for this event outside, you will get further information about the other wonderful events we'll be having in Lauderhill. As soon as the city manager's office sends me my list, I will forward it to you. Thank you guys so much for your patronage. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out. Panelists, I have some wonderful things for you guys, so don't leave yet, but we got to get out of here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I have a quick raffle. I'm going to call these numbers quickly. You come to the front and then you find out what your prizes are. 968, the last three are 968. 957. 965. 957, wonderful. Okay, good. Line up over here. 961. 983. Oh. 988. Yes, 960. 964. Come on, 977? Oh, you have one? Okay, good. I have, yeah, two more. 969. Come on up in the line. 987. 993. 967. That's it. We have some winners. Woohoo! Great winners. Okay, great. So, you guys, okay. So the king, do you have your raffle? Okay, great. Anyone who wants something from that table, go over there quickly and get your raffle gift. Jesse, you have your raffle? Or did you have a raffle item? No. Okay, that's fine. I have some other stuff. Who else has a raffle item as a vendor? Okay, great. So who else wants? So they both have. So one has 10. And you go take one? Okay, great. Anyone else? Okay, good. That's fine. So I have. So I had something earlier, somebody moved it. Let's see. Yes.